Good morning, Karen Reed trial watchers. Live trial coverage, day 20. Make yourself known. Good morning. Yes. Let's see what we got here. All right, that looks good. Let's see. Again, good morning. Let's go check in over there at Canton. Bev. I think we got a full day today. It better be a full day. Day 20. We need a full day of Bev. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Hello. Make yourself known. Also, I'm going to go ahead and pin that Bev's bingo again. Today, we're going to do giving away $5 for every bingo on the hour. So on the top of the hour, we start. So the first bingo will be a regular bingo. And then in the afternoon, we'll do a double bingo. So the glare has landed in Dedham. Uh-oh, look out. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Now, this morning, we're going to start our day off with a, today's episode is sponsored by Buzzballs. Okay. It is 100% a women-owned establishment, and we are supporting women-owned. There you go. Women-owned. Buzzballs. And it is called a cock tease. Where did they come up with these things? That's all I got to ask. I don't even know the things that get sent. Buzzballs. All right. You guys know about Buzzballs? Buzzballs. If you don't know, don't knock it till you do. Again, good morning, everybody. Welcome. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. Got myself a workout in. Got myself an earful from randoms, and now I'm here with all of you guys. So it's been a start to a glorious day, and I'm very interested to see what's going to happen with Lally, if he's going to, speed it up a little bit. Again, I'm not expecting too much from Lally, but again, let's go check it out. Canton, what's good? Good morning. WB says, good morning for the mofos. I'm dead. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Maybe Laddie will moan into the microphone again. You know, between him and that other guy, just two big moaners. I got to give it up for all the people that are on the West Coast that have been following along and waking up in the mornings. I think it is that addictive. I think it's going to get really interesting here, as I believe there's going to be a lot of imploding. I believe that we're going to see lots of imploding here. You know, the inevitable is coming, which is Proctor, Bukaki, Tully. They're taking the stand. And I've been told that one juror has already checked out. Yeah, so I was already told that one juror has checked out. They stopped taking notes. I'm trying to get more clarification on that. So let me see what's going on here. Our friends want to. What is it? Yes. Hi. Game for whatever. I just always say hi in our group chats. I don't ever read them. We do dinners on Friday nights, but in the summer times we switch them up to possibly Thursday nights with the kids and stuff. And so I'm like, God, I have to scroll back and look through all of this. Like, I'm like, what is this Kohl's crap? 50% off. Take an additional 50% off at Kohl's, guys. Oh, I think maybe that was last week. Oh, sorry. That was Tuesday, May 28th. So I don't know if Kohl's is still doing that. Anyway, we're here for it. It's day 20, guys. Day 20. What have you seen? What have you seen? Karen Reed commit murder? I know I haven't seen it. I haven't even seen her be an accessory. I haven't even seen her get all up in like the conspiracy to commit murder. I haven't seen anything. What I have seen is prosecutorial misconduct. What I have seen is perjury. You know, I gotta see if I can do this on the back end. Let me see if StreamYard will let me do it. Please. Here she comes to wreck the day. Yes, it did. Thank God. StreamYard gets so finicky. Note to self, when you give your kid your phone, go through the pictures to make sure that there's no incriminating pictures taken. I'm like, what are all these pictures from? Oh, it's from Nashville checks. It's just, and then because I have his stuff linked up to mine so I can see everything that he does. Oh my gosh. So I'll take us out of behind the scenes of Nashville from the eye of an 8-year-old. Jack's got the art award this year at school, so I'm a proud mom about that. Critical Mind says Kohl's the only place you can save $300 on a dish towel. Isn't that the truth? You feel like you walk out of there, man, I got all this stuff. Look at how much money I saved. And I'm like, no, it's just because they jack the prices on everything. They make you feel like you're saving anything. Here we go, day 20. Yes, choose. Okay. Change that. No. Oh, you bastard. All right, well, that's Bev. It's 8:59, so we're taking, do we think Bev's going to come out? What time? They want murder, too. Hard to believe Jaron intentionally murdered John, if at all, and didn't have the sense to check the back end in John's garage and sweep glass off bumper, and again at Dad's house. Tasha, I love the Kohl's Cash. Kohl's Cash. News: someone took $120,000 in cash to the door of grand juror in Massachusetts and told them vote not guilty and feeding the future cases. Is that true or is that false? Is that false spreadings there? Wait, what is this? I'm leaving early today. My daughter got me a ticket to the Boston Scooper Bowl today. What is that? What is that? Hey, what is up, H-Bag? What is up? I popped in Turtle Boy's chat last night just to like make it known. Just to make it known that, hey, that shoe, I'm telling you, it was up against right what we've been saying. So over and under on what if any? I want a shirt that says, what if any on the back, you're gonna give me a blowjob. What up, H-Bag? It's an ice cream event. Oh, shiz. Oh, it's magical. Jax would love that. My 9-year-old is now answering questions. I don't recall and asking me to rephrase the question. I don't recall. Hey, did you go ahead? Did you change the laundry? I don't recall that. I don't recall. I thought he was going to say what you were saying. I was like, don't copy Lana. Oh, people can copy Lana. It's just the facts. It's just the facts, man. Anyways, okay, so what are we expecting here today? I'm expecting, obviously, the girl that was on the stand on Monday. Her name is, speaking of which, I almost forgot. What am I doing over here? Oh, were you able to pin that for the Bev bingo takers out there? What's today? Yeah, 6. Yeah, 6. Today's 6/4, right?
No.
It's not?
That was yesterday.
God, these days. Okay. Day 20, though. Day 20, 120. Can you imagine it was day 120? All right, let me print that off. Karen Reed, trial watchers. Good morning. Hold on one second. I'm printing off my juror book. Shit's getting real.
I can put it in chat as soon as I do this.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure all of them would too.
Yeah.
Bella's going to link something for you guys. And that is your Bev bingo cards. I am printing off my juror book for today. Can't believe I almost forgot. Like, what am I thinking? Okay, perfect.
I don't think that should be my alarm song anymore.
I know. What was that? Bella's waking up to like, what was it?
It was the crystal shit by the doors. It made me like so mental.
What is this? You guys hear that? What is that? What's that?
What's what?
Do you guys hear that noise? Or is it only in my ear? Oh, it is. Okay, sorry. I was like, do you guys hear that? Good morning, everybody. Come on in. Grab yourself a coffee. Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What do you guys want to talk about? I mean, I think it's making its way around the world about the Karen Reed case. I want Bev to braid her hair. God, wouldn't it be great? I want Bev to put her hair up in a messy bun and act like she had a wild night. Hey, Bev, you guys like my new messy bun? Boston's favorite. Again, good morning, everybody. Pigtails. Bev and pigtails. Now that would be something.
I think Go should be in pigtails because that's how seriously I take her.
I take her seriously or not. Pages 10, 11. I need 5 of each of those. Okay. Did you put the link? Okay, great.
I'm just so smart.
Every time Bev says
You have no idea
a word, we should take a sip of something.
You could explain to everybody
How hard?
To do how long we tried to do this bingo, and finally it was the Bitly link that made it happen. My brain power.
Yeah.
Brain power.
I only watch this stream because Lana cracks me up, says Jenny T22. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Stacy, did you like that comment? Someone was like, what is that? That's my heart monitor. That'll shut them up. Be like, oh man, I'm so sorry, you poor bastard. Like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Who's my heart monitor? There we go. Babs bingo. Down on the farm. My phone, let's ping that. God damn that beep. Bev and Santa would be a hot couple. Oh my God. Santa. Hey, Santa. Again, this is your Bev's bingo opportunity. You can do it at any time, but if you go and click that link, you will go ahead and have a chance at winning $5, possibly more, because we play bingo here with Bev. It's words that Bev says. Every hour there's a new game. We're doing single bingos because I'm trying to give out, as much $5 hollers as I can. And it's supposed to go to have a Bev on Bev. So we're donating. Have a Bev on Bev. Lana, we are opposite sides of the Idaho 4, but I always enjoy your perspective in videos. I am 20 minutes from Dedham and have been obsessed. I've been obsessed with this since it happened. I love your take on it. Thank you. Well, my take on the Idaho 4 case is that there's a lot of corruption, but I don't know. I don't have any evidence to say of Brian's guilt or innocence, but I can just tell you that there's a lot of corruption. That's my take on that, on the Idaho 4. And that they just flat out need to go back to training. I mean, they can't even handle a noise complaint. My ADD can't handle the bingo. Oh, man. Raise your hand if you have ADD. Simon says stand up. That's my favorite game to play with kids, like a bunch of kids. As Simon says at the beginning of, what do you call it? Like camp. This is like a bunch of camp weeks are starting to happen now that it's like summertime. I always started every basketball camp with Simon Says with a basketball. It was great. It's a great way to, loosen everybody up, make people become friends with each other. Simon says dribble. Simon says stop dribbling. Simon says chuck your neighbor. No, I'm kidding. Lana might want to get that monitor checked out. I know my heart monitor is out of control. Raise your hand if you have ADD. Yeah, I love the ADDs. You know that song? I have it. H-Bag says, I have it. I'm telling you, all the cool kids have ADD. Anybody that says, my son Simon doesn't like that game. Oh, that's funny. Anybody that says that ADD isn't cool, yeah, maybe in the 80s. That's when you know you're going to get all your friends in college. When they're like, oh, man, you have ADD, you get Adderall. Can I get some of that? They're like your best friend, huh? Oh, man, you're cool. You can hang out with us. Can I get some of your Adderall? Right? You made it. Hollywood says, and medicated. I couldn't be a successful nurse if I weren't medicated for ADHD, right? ADD. Who should we blame for that? Because why wasn't that? You think that's always been a thing? My license plate would be ADHDQN. Oh, shit. Again, come on in, guys. Let's talk about it. I'm going to be doing a couple episodes on Idaho 4. I want to break down this whole AT&T stuff for you guys. I want you guys to understand exactly what we're talking about here. And I want you guys to understand these search warrants. And I want you to understand how absolutely fucking pathetic it is and how bad they lied. And just what sucks about it is that, geez, if Brian is guilty, you could potentially be letting a killer go. But then if he's not guilty, okay, then you guys railroaded a motherfucker. And it's just like, I think both ends of that is fucked up. And we the people have a say. So also, everybody's been asking me for like Brian Drake updates, Dr. Moore updates. I got a little bit something that I could and will put out. But what we're going to talk about is this sheriff's race that's going on in Bonner County or Boundary County. We're going to talk about the sheriff's race. We're going to get all up in this sheriff's shit. We're going to get all up in this woman that went to TikTok in that area talking about what these cops have been doing to people. And it's literally Canton 2.0. It's literally what Karen Reed, like what people say that the Canton police have done, and the place that's right around that area. So I got some stuff I'm going to put out. I got some videos. I'm hoping to have a pretty decent interview too. I got some questions. I got some FOIA requests out there too, so I'm still waiting to hear on. Jackie says, I am medicated and proud. Can you just like imagine if we just like, I've been thinking about some shirts that I want to get, like an asshole and proud, like something, but I want like and proud for like Pride Month, you know? So I need to have like a YouTuber and proud. I want to go all out we're going to the gay pride parades. I'm going to interview some gays. I'm going to interview the waitresses that have to deal with the gays during Pride. Because we just get fucking crazy. Even though I say that I'm 100% equal opportunity. If you're hot, you're hot. If you're not, you're not. Oh God, Bev's in here. I hear Bev. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go, bitches. Let's do this. I'm jacked this morning. Get me off my treadmill.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court with and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, with your attendance, you shall be heard.
Oh, Rex, love it.
Court, thank you. May be seated for now in session.
Good morning, Dexter.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counselor, could I have you identify yourselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah,
Good morning, Ms. Little.
The crowd goes wild.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So I have to ask you
welcome.
those same three questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Monday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we were last here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no issue. Okay, thank you. May we have Nick Belair, please?
Look at John's dad has not been back. He's like, fuck this, I'm not going. He's like, this is ridiculous. I'm not listening to this crap. Is that the glare? Is the glare there? Oh, Tom's there.
The court and jury, the case never hears the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Tom's there, guys. Tom's there.
Sure. VALLIER.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Now, Ms. Valier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16. Is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
That's what, Your Honor.
Yes.
It's been a few days. It's been a few days. Bitch, it's been 2 years.
And Ms. Valier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood.
Hey, we're not going to show you all of these photos again. You do understand that, right?
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yeah.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
Dude, YouTube's taking over the Karen Reed case. I love it. Woo.
No objection.
This is witness 52. Valere is her name. She is from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab. Valere. Let me run my banner for you. David Banner for you. Here you go, Ashley. I'm sorry, 53. I save all my banners. David Banner. You guys know who David Banner is? He's a rapper.
Your Honor, for the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
332 and 333. Skip forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Yeah.
Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as that photograph, which is now marked as 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. I believe 2061. My apologies. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Blair, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you or not?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic?
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
This is awful.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20.
That went south real quick. What
Your Honor.
what a doofus.
064. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen has now been marked as exhibit 371. You recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to the ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those and look up to the finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Okay, so if you guys are playing bingo, the lights had just turned off. So if you have like that light switch on your bingo card, that counts.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what happens.
This is a mess, an absolute freaking mess. Like, what the fuck have y'all done all? Like, this is ridiculous.
373 and 383, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And next, Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
Come on in, guys. Let's go. Wow.
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence back containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
For the love.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could
218.
have,
218, guys.
039.
218, that was.
And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the,
Can you speak up a little, sir,
Yeah.
and a little
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
in particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 378?
I do.
Where do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 38?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as exhibit 380, you describe sort of color, shape,
Happy
what you observed from this
birthday.
particular item.
Happy birthday.
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is that fair to say?
The same piece?
Yes.
Okay.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Valeri, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we
you-
put the lights on, Mr. Nally?
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Valeri, if you could explain to the jury again, sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers. What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up. And do you recognize what's contained in those photographs, Ms. Flair?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll move to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
Morning, but I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
That's fine.
Okay, what the? Come on, what is going on? The thing is that she has to literally, in order to get all of these pieces in evidence, and again, they're doing everything by pictures, not like, not the actual, like, here, this is the, yeah, that's what I worked with, yeah, because probably they're going to show it all in one glued together, I don't know, hodgepodge of a freaking taillight. I guess I don't understand why it's taking her so long to look at these. How would she even know? I would just be like, there was 43 pieces. You know what I mean? I think she's already looked at way more than 43 pieces of paper.
402. Thank you.
May I speak with counsel for 1 second? Excellent.
Before you get to the photos, Ms. Blair, if I could just ask, as far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
So, oh, do you mean like there was like the taillight and then there were smaller pieces also in the?
Correct.
Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our notes?
Yes.
All right, what's everybody ordering for lunch today? What's everybody ordering for lunch today? That's what I'm thinking about already. You know, I think I'm gonna have to try some of this buzz ball. I mean, what the heck am I supposed to do?
And what were those measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes. I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8 1/4 inches.
And then which of
Are you
the
serious?
pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
Oh, she can't turn her
It
neck.
may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Blair, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a unique pattern. Like it's
Like when I
pretty
break
different
my
every
foot
time.
off in your ass.
So mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they, like, if the broken edges align. And if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well, is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C, is that correct as well?
May I look at my notes? Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6,
No
there were,
mechanical
2 pieces
fits.
A and B within that, is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8,
Wow.
do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my. There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Martin, may we approach, please?
Interesting that Eddie wants to talk about here. He's probably going to say, we don't dispute that any of this fits. We don't dispute that she could put this together. We don't dispute that it's from Karen Reed's taillight. We're not, we stipulate to this. I think this is not necessary. We stipulate. She just, oh my God, she gave them, holy shit, she just gave them, what is she giving them? Oh man, you guys, we stipulate. We're not saying that it's not this, so I don't understand what's going on here. We can't sit here and go through all of these pieces. We will be here all day again. This is not good use of the court's time. And that's what I would be saying. We're not going to sit here. Miss Reed wants to stipulate to this. Okay, we're not going to pay $1,000 an hour to sit here and do this. We're just not. So if Miss Reed has to even stand
You
up
are
and say we
unmuted.
stipulate. Let's see how he responds.
Ms. Blair, turning your attention to item 7-9.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You analyzed 3 pieces from that, is that correct?
Oh,
Go ahead and
okay.
You know what, Mix Belair, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces, 7-9,
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
So there were 3.
None of this is damning, Karen Reed.
Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
They are colorless?
So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was 1 piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
There were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within them?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
This is a brand new
And of those 7
Lexus.
pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
And of those larger pieces, which of those larger pieces were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst like the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And Karen Reed isn't. I have no idea why he's going this route
And
with
so I
this.
guess what I'm asking, Nick Valier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
If any.
Amongst sorry, are you asking me like which specific items made up like piece one.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay. I can.
No, he doesn't know what he's
Okay.
asking you. This is wow.
Okay, so piece one contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And they don't know.
And
They
then,
don't
so
know.
based on their
That's not even up on
mechanical
the
fit, what if any
screen.
conclusion did you draw in reference to those?
She should
those
be
several
doing
items?
That
she should
those
be on a
specific
table
pieces
and
from all of
showing
those
it
items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
because this means nothing to me.
And then what if any comparison
I
or
need to see
analysis
it.
did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
A pure shit show.
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece one. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the board's permission.
Okay.
And see, guys, I don't blame this girl. This girl is not to blame. This is bizarre. This is unorthodox. This is. I've never seen something like this when we've had numerous times that people have gotten in car accidents or hit and run
Okay, so,
murders. I've
piece
never seen
two,
this.
consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what if anything did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece three consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11. What, if any, conclusions did you draw?
She's got me
in regard-
open like 7-Eleven. Yes, it's me.
Those
That she's
pieces from
always
item
choosing.
item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
They still
So,
work in
piece number
1998.
4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
Oops.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as
Oops,
exhibits
Lally, you got that
384
wrong.
and 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Oh,
Ms. Tillman, if I could have
we're gonna
photograph
publish it all now.
2069.
Here we go. Today's award goes to whoever coined
Ms.
Tinkerbell.
Blair, do you recognize what's up on the
Yay.
screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Tillman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386.
Those are perfectly sliced and diced.
In their version of 386, Mr. Blair, you were able to now see some of the stickers or the
God
evidence
damn.
stickers that you put.
Those are
labeling
cut.
each of these pieces.
Those are motherfucking
Yes.
cut.
And you could just use the way.
Oh,
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And it's gonna invite that 2097. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, what is now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece one. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Blair, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece one from another photos taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece one.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107.
Again, none of this matters right now
Ms.
because
Blair, do you recognize what's up on the
not
screen, which has now
disputing
been marked
that
as
it's
exhibit
Karen
395?
Reed's taillight pieces. Right?
I do.
We're not,
And what are we looking at in exhibit 395?
the argument is that it's planted. It should all match. It
May I
should
look
all
at my
fucking
notes?
match.
Okay.
It should all match. Okay, it should all match. It doesn't help the defense or prosecution that it matches.
Okay.
Okay.
So that is piece two.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
That is piece three.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Ms. Valier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece four.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
That is piece five.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Ms. Valier, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece one.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the course, the court Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Woo! Welcome, new member. Get some light in our bodies here. Woohoo! New member there. Casinos, Cryptides, and conspiracies. Welcome. Anything to shake this bell. Oh, today, Tinkerbell. Woo! Well, you suck. Fuck you, babe. Heather, we are on baby number 2. Woo! Shake it up. I have no more further questions for this witness. And then the defense will say, I didn't have any questions to begin with. So we're not disputing that any of these pieces match. He just could have got here way quicker. You know, he could have asked 7 questions to get to this point. Now, who does look at Paul mean mugging? Look at Paul mean mugging over there. Now he looks straight on. We got some fresh fish in the sea over there. We're gonna find out who they are. Bev, really disappointing here. She didn't go with the full blast leaf blower this morning. She went little light on it. Where's Heather been? Not Heather Wonder, but where's my girl Scorpio? I know she's over there and dead. I'm making it pop.
Six, 403, 434. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I may publish some of these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2156. Where do you recognize what's now up on the screen has been marked as Exhibit 403?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Again, nobody is saying that this is not going to match. We are saying that it is matching because if you believe that Karen Reed was framed, then they took exactly what they did. They took this whole thing out like they said they did, and then they broke it, and then they shattered it across the
Photograph 2125.
the lawn and recovered these pieces after the fact. Again, this is just crazy that anybody would have to take this much time to introduce this evidence. I mean, it's just, I can't imagine that any lawyer out there is saying that this is okay. And in fact, maybe I'll go ahead and like
Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
peek at a
which is
lawyer's
now been
channel,
marked as
but I
411?
don't need it in my law
I
degree
do.
to know that this is
What do you
not
recognize
how
that
you would
as?
conduct this.
That's the contents of item 3-1.
That's prior to you, at what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
Thank you. If I may have a moment?
Yes.
Fuck, he might be done. Oh, please, just croak. I mean, I don't really want all that. Anita Daniel. Cheers, baby. Woo! Stacy Marie. Woo! Gina, baby. Shake what your mama give you. Woo! Shake what your mama give you, girl. All the new members. I am loving it.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph
Oh,
2150.
for fuck's sake.
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1 piece A, and then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151? Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Kelman, you can take that down. Understood. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Valier, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as the physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. May we approach her?
Woo! Good morning, mofos. Good morning, mofos. Thank God we can celebrate. Come on, cheers. Raise your glasses. The Lally has rested with that witness. Holy motherfucker. Woo! Oh my God. Baby. Woo! I mean, cowbell it, baby. I can't even believe what we've been just... There is a God above us, and I love you. Amen. Hallelujah. Bless his heart, that poor bastard. He still can't make a case. And if you were laying in bed because you fell asleep to the testimony, well, I'm sure I just woke your ass up. Whoo, I could not do it. If I didn't see all these comments, I would have been like, check out, check out, check out, check out. Woo! Because of you guys, I was able to put myself through this testimony. Bless his heart. Karen's pissed. Karen's probably like, let me just go get my drink on. This past weekend, I had so much fun. I was like, do the stanky leg. Do the stanky leg. And now the glare comes through and he's like, oh, I'm going to do the stanky leg. Shit. William says, glad I could help. Girl, Ryan, what you been up to? You better get a membership of this channel, girl. I don't know what you doing, girl. Good to see you, though, babe. Good to see you. Yeah. Yes. What's up, Boston? Oh, God, here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up, because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
I can go. Okay.
And again, it's 7-18.18.
And really, Lally. That means debris. He really means debris. He's pronouncing
debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18- or .18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different there were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes,
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Yes,
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
Bing!
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case,
Oh,
correct?
shit.
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know
The debris.
what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Yeah, baby.
And so it goes without saying
love
that you
those
never saw
minus
those
out.
pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but
No.
I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, well, I said pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular
Come
state
on, baby.
trooper delivered the
Come
orange
on.
t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Well,
Well,
which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19.
Right, the several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's that's an odd question.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is
No,
submitted to.
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
Oh, here you go. Yeah. Haha. Haha.
So
What?
Do you have a record of that?
a record of what?
Who
A
gave you the
record of
fucking
which state
shit?
trooper delivered that
Are you
debris?
fucking a moron?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be
Who
delivered
gave you the
as
fucking packages?
the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned
This is why I can't fuck
7-
smart girls either.
item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
What are you talking about?
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that. Get to where I was.
Do you have any records?
Take your time, Ms. Giannetti.
Oh, really, Bev? Just like fucking
Okay,
Lally
so I
did?
want to
No
confirm with you
problem.
that when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, God, thank you. I know what she's into now. That asphyxiation set.
Okay,
I
so
get it.
submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that
Thank
was
you.
the answer to my
Okay.
question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. She said
How long
Trooper
after
Michael
January 29th of
Proctor?
2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I
She
don't
has
know.
to allow it. Yes.
Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Bucker up, pucker up, or butter up.
Yes.
Either way, let's get her done.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver colored apparent plastic, yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go
ahead.
Okay. Okay. Item 7-8.
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
If I may approach you, Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put it
true.
in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure.
An evidence bag. Let's take a look at it.
Exhibit 435.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is.
Let's display this for the jury.
That is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
That's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show exhibit 279, please. Which is 3 days.
Okay.
This testimony is going to say.
Now, exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of the item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery, 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference is.
You can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned,
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
however you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5. Okay. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure, I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A.
It's over after the point that he's saying that he's turning everything on the 14th. Proctor's gonna have to explain where the shit was from these dates that they were bagged and
Okay,
tagged with the 14th.
looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece
We're
found
going
on
to
February
Applebee's,
8th
Mom.
by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates.
Here you go, Proctor.
Okay,
Let's get else we got.
Item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to DeChico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct? On February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to move on to item 7-16, which is number 9, Mr. Bates.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Riley?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce
Okay.
it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 436.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I can display exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
Notice how
And
this
again,
wasn't
you just
published
identified that as the
because
bag supporting
it
item
shows 218.
7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor,
Is
correct?
it 11:30
Correct.
a.m. or
And the
p.m.?
date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right. If I could show exhibit 370.
Just blowing up the
I'm
state
sorry,
right now.
380,
Commonwealth.
which is 9A, Mr. Bates.
Just Lally's bending over right now and just whoop.
You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates. Okay.
So basically everything
And
that
you would
made
agree with me that this
well,
particular
cool,
piece
right?
by,
Everything you like rebuilt
found by
it
Trooper
with.
Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah.
So
And
funny.
finally, if we could show exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In length, yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there,
Okay,
but I have the actual measurement in my notes.
sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last 3 evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
yes, I'm sorry,
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last 3 evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
Now,
You can ask him
taillight
multiple ways on cross, you dumb
of
bitch.
that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right? Because it's on the corner.
Sure. Yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later. Once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right.
That's fair. It just
was true
what would you be able to make
that
from
after
other boxes other than Michael
submitted
Proctor?
these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified
You couldn't
about,
make
correct?
this unless you would have had those. Thank you.
If I could have exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And
It's the little portion.
missing section
It's the little
is
portion.
noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would
Can
you
you
please
point that out?
point to the section of taillight that's missing?
That's from it at being what
Appears to be a
actually
hole
happened.
on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Yes!
that a
Woo!
good
Right
question?
there. That's because
Yes, it
that's
actually
what she
was.
actually
I
hit
right
John
or
O'Keefe's
correct,
car
but I
with.
didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, if
yeah.
we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates.
Look at that.
You would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
Yeah.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Are you fucking dumb?
But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that whole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
That is everything right there. Lally, he just waxed your
No further
ass.
questions. Thank you.
It took him
All right,
4 or
Mr.
5
Lally.
hours, and he
Sure.
waxed you in 30. Woo! Yeah, baby!
Now, Mix Valeric,
Yannetti just
reference to item
pipelined.
7-17, 18, the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt. Fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
Yeah!
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that
It's
process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our
This
unit.
is
If
absolute
you could.
wild. You're witnessing history in the making, folks. Oh my God.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as
I was gonna put it back on
the
Maureen.
1/8 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you
Oh,
observed,
Tommy, go get
within that
laid.
debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that
Oh, Grandma,
debris,
we love you.
is that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's any anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
Your
All right,
witness is
Ms. Valer,
ready.
you are all set. Thank you very much.
She's like, okay, thank you so much. Oh my God. You know what? Look at her. She's got her satchel, books.
Oh, she brought him up last time.
Yeah.
Judge,
God
you wanna
love
take a
her.
morning break
God
now?
love her. Take your break.
The people are saying yes, so we'll take the morning break.
Yeah, they would like it. It's
All right, to the
10:30.
court, please.
Woo! You guys, make sure you guys get her out in the hallway. Yo, Ashley. Paul, come on, you got to be looking at them with your man titties. Let's go, baby. Oh, they've been totally lied to, but now they can see the truth. They can either open your eyes or keep swallowing your. Oh, there's the girl with the green. There she is. That's our green girl right there. She's got black on today.
So I'll see counsel for a second at sidebar, please.
Court is still in session.
Oh, what a great. Oh, my God. This is amazing. He lays it right back on Maureen Hartnett. He tries to. Who gave you all that stuff? Maureen Hartnett gave it to me, not Michael Proctor.
That's a really strange question.
Yeah.
I love you, Natty. Going, I didn't hear you. What'd you say? Yeah, it's not a strange question to me.
Yeah, not strange to me at all.
Why are you freaking laughing? I get your nerves. But you see that?
Green girl, you like it?
Let me explain something to you about Alan on this thing. Is he would at some point be like, I get you're nervous, like to ease the tension. Like I get you're nervous, this is a nervous energy laughing. Like, they're not doing that on purpose because they want to keep that tension. And I love it. And I love it. And I love it. He was my friend. Yen. He was my friend.
You left your friend out in the motherfucking cold, bitch. You left the man that you were jealous of out in the cold. Anybody get back? Oh, revive it. You got bingo? Yeah, she get a little something right there. Okay, yes. Text me your or not text me. Email me your Cash App, and we will $5 holla you. Thank you. There we go. Revived vintage. Look out. All right, guys, we're going to be on a little morning break here for about 15 minutes. They're just chit-chatting it up. So these people are wild. Bingo was already said by Monique. Oh, Monique, you turn me on. Show me what the thing is all about. Oh, okay. Well, we get to check. She has to send her card in then, too.
I mean, have you been checking them?
Yeah, I check them. I don't just give A's out for no. People can't work me like that. Take a look at that courtroom. Look at all those people we have there. I think some people went extra tanning for the occasion. Look at Tom. Tom, have you been tanning too? Are these guys tanning or is it that sunny in Mass? Okay. Look at how tan Tom looks. Look at him. You guys, there's Tom over to the left. You see him?
Can you point with your pointer? Do people know to see?
He's
Listen.
Let's see.
He's behind it.
Right here.
Explain, like-
There he is. There he is. There's Tommy. Tommy.
Why is he
Tommy.
looking at- This is funny. His tie's cute.
Yes. That room's got to be so small.
That's why they gotta turn on the AC.
Mm-hmm. Again, we haven't seen Karen Reed in an outfit twice. So, TNT, can you please explain what just happened? Nah. We've had to sit here for 6 hours, girl. You like that? You like that, Willie? Are you fucking dumb? You know what he asked you. Basically they just upended Lally. They just literally gutted him and then served him for everybody's morning break. Lana, I still haven't received my signed Bev balls in mail. They're not Bev balls. They are.
That must be Joanne.
Yeah, Joanne. Did you?
She wanted them so bad.
Joanne, did you send me your? Did you send me your mail or your address? Your mail. Send me your mail, Joanne.
You are unmuted.
Ow.
All right.
You are muted.
Resend there, Joanne. Okay, let's take our break here. We have our lunch break. Or not our lunch break. I'm sorry, the morning break, which is gonna be like about 15 minutes. Woo!
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is actually helping users file for compensation due to issues surrounding Google users' privacy through their Incognito browser. So if you've used Google Incognito anytime since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions at incognitoclaims.com/LC Live.
Lisa Lily Blue has a great question here, which is anyone aware of whether or not anyone compared the damage on John O'Keefe's vehicle that we literally have on video with the taillight in Karen's vehicle? I believe we're going to see more of this in the defense side of the case. Again, those of you guys that are just tuning in to the Transparency Says, so the bottom line is, based off the testimony that we've heard about the reconstruction of the taillight, is the bottom line is every major piece that made up the reconstruction of the taillight came from Proctor's submission of the evidence from when he gathered pieces on 2/8, 2/11, and 2/18, which is way after the fact. Will Proctor be charged, says Shay. An internal investigation was launched on Trooper Proctor, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation got involved because of the investigation that Proctor did or did not do, and his course of action throughout the investigative pursuit of Karen Reed. So I do believe that Officer Trooper Proctor will be indicted federally, as will others in this case, as the real case begins after the Karen Reed case. If that trial of Proctor is shown and we can get a camera in that courtroom, you damn right I'll be covering that case. You like that, Jay Madison? This is my amusement park voice. Please keep all arms, limbs, dicks inside the cart at all times.
Is this
I think all of this is looking pretty bad for Officer Trooper Proctor. I think his wife, ooh, mama, I'd be starting to suck and fuck elsewhere. Get my bills paid for, baby. Because there ain't going to be no pension for that ass. Funny you should ask. IMO says Atlanta. Any way we can check with the city on how many complaints jail really turned in about the yard, the lawn?
You are
Was
unmuted.
allegedly double digits. Allegedly, Colin was turned by John Oak drug sales. I don't know. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna do everything I can.
Thank you. Maybe see the quarterback.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Miss Christina Hanley, who are you? This will be witness 54, Christina Hanley. She's also from the lab. I believe. Is it Christina? Oh, look at her. She's got her stuff. She's from the lab, I believe.
You shall swear the evidence of the court and jury before the determination of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Take the stand.
On the lowest setting.
Oh, someone's whispering. Bukaki.
I really need you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure, it's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
You know she parties
And
hard,
then after
though.
receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from there?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace arson and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
A forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
Where you been at, Omer?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please.
The mic
Now,
has
Ms.
nothing to do
Hanley,
with it. You have to
with
still
reference to, starting in general
vocalize your
terms of the Trace
voice.
unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done within that unit.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
I heard
And
mock
if you
trial.
could describe to the juries for what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
And was your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Me neither.
When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
Can you explain to the
Did
jury
you
what
feel
that
like-
is and how that plays into
Did you feel like
your work at the lab or the accreditation
you
process that the lab
fail?
goes?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in trace, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case. At some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes,
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes. And then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of subdisciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run
She's
or a
downplaying her
B&E.
looks to look professional. You know she's a wild buck.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
What?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, how was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Oh, we're getting some exhibit numbers.
Item 3-3.
Woo! I just gotta get wild. Keep myself moving.
Clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
Bella buys
And then
me
item
cards.
7-12?
Aww.
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Oh,
Yes.
fuck.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
From the where?
Now,
The road.
With
Come on,
reference
girl.
to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges.
The drinking glass, guys. Here we go.
And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes, you can use your notes.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
There are 666 people in here. One of you needs to get the fuck out.
Exterior of that glass cup.
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass, with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch. And the smallest
Lally's
piece
dick.
measured approximately 3/16 of an inch
Like Lally's dick.
by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes,
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the GRIM instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
So in item 7-12,
I would totally
it
copy
consisted
it.
of
Cool.
5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of
She would
clear
let
apparent
me.
glass,
She would love it. She would
all
let
with
me.
broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, thing did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at what kind of things are you
Sandwiches.
looking
I came for the
What kind of
snacks.
characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopic?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the GRIM instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So, right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically.
Thank you so much,
but
Jen.
no physical match was found with 2 of the
Naomi,
pieces
we gotta get that fun going.
from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
I'm so excited.
Now, with
I'm so
reference
excited for
to
the
item
future, guys. You guys are gonna love
3-3
it.
and item
It's so fun. You have no idea
7-14, what,
what's
if any,
going on.
comparison
I just can't wait to talk about it more.
examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3- so 2 of the clear glass pieces from 3-3
We'll be going until lunch.
were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14.
Don't worry, I will give us like the quick synopsis of this.
One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used the term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
Thank you, Debbie.
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the GRIM analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
This is like what my
I'm
one
sorry, say
roommate
that again?
does. This is what my one roommate does. I'm like,
So
how the
the-
fuck do you do this every day?
The drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other, excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing. And,
That bitch Maureen coming back
had
at
those
us.
scrapings transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
You know that's right.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item,
I was like,
3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay.
look at, she's like, go ahead, you get in that, you fish that information out. He's making it a point to talk about this. So getting all eyes on
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight
He's
of the
Massachusetts
vehicle,
State Police.
what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the
Thank you so
Brandon,
much,
the
Heather
FTIR,
Fox.
I believe you've already discussed in your
Meow.
testimony. As far as the
Bringing it on,
microspec is
girl.
concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is? And
Donations and for
how it's used and how you
gens.
used it in this examination?
Who gives a shit what Riley's saying?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted. and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's
Debris.
clothing, what, if any, observations or
Check it,
measurements
it's debris.
did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh no, the S ain't sound on this channel. It's a nickname. It's a nickname. You guys like that? Look at, he got his second card. But
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately
look at the chain.
1/8 of an inch
That's his chain.
by 1/16 of an inch.
He's the best.
And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far
we
as
love you.
your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes,
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any,
Jumping, I love
what, if
you,
any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just for those pieces?
So I examined
Thank you so
the
much, Canadian Crime Buff. Love
a
you.
portion of the
Love your
clear
support.
plastic,
I
as
support
well
you guys
as
well.
one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight house?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight, item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Ma'am, one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank God. Oh, God, we're all blessed. Ellen Jackson.
Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you go to the sidebar vote?
Oh, God. All right, here we go. Welcome back, guys. I know some of us had zoned out there. Don't worry. It happens to the best of us. Ellen Jackson is on the cross here. I will say this. I think that went a lot faster because Lally wasn't putting up every picture to say, hey, is this what you saw? Hey, blah, 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 blah. So I see this being a quick cross. I think we're just going to get to the bare minimum, which is they're going to keep pounding the chain, and saying that you don't know where it came from. So we're also going to talk about the fact that what's missing from it, or that you didn't make any observations like of what it was from, what it caused, that this hit a human, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. This is repetitive here. And I don't know what Lally's doing, because it's, did she testify? Because I zoned out. So let me just make sure I'm right here. Did she testify to any paint? Because I thought she was a paint expert. Okay. So I want to know if there was any indications that there was, like what we got here. Do you have any blood? Do you have tissue? Do we have paint? Okay. That type of thing. And you guys, I've learned so much from literally watching this trial in not what to do, but then then here's how you do it. Okay. So let's check it out. But fibers, yes, here we go. What is up, Hayes? I see you in chat there, love. Welcome. Make yourself known, guys. Thumbs it up. Bring the people here. Let them get a taste of the truth with a little bit of humor, baby. Again, all you guys that are super chatters, I see ya. Myself and Bella will be up there in Dedham. We're going up there for about a week. We're going up there. I said I would only go if I can broadcast outside like Nancy Grace.
May I inquire?
Then we found a way to do it.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Beth. Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Hamlin.
Good morning.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as EV, as in Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
We're going to be in Dedham twice.
Yes, it appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is still assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized?
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the event memorialized?
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay. And my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy as best you can maintain it to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Then I would move for the admission of VB as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you at the side.
All right. I smell a little, are we going with a little bit of, did you guys catch that number? I could rewind it to catch that number again. Sorry, I was trying to answer a question of your guys in chat. $11.22, you know, because that's for the 1122 King Road house. Boom, yo. We support Miss Lana Oriani, Truth and Transparency, Home Team Productions, the queen of true crime, Lady Justice. You know it, 0.11 for the haters. Woo! So yeah, we are going. We wanted to pick the right time to go. And obviously, I always put my duties as a mom first. So summertime worked the best for that, obviously. And just got back from Nashville. Been doing a bunch of things. Believe it or not, covering the Karen Reed cases consistently and thoroughly as possible. It has forced me to work well into the nights with other things. So, but I wouldn't change it for the world. I love being here with every single one of you guys and learning and throwing my 2 cents around because I think it's worth it. Baby, she's worth it. So anyways, I think we got some issues here coming up here. Alan Jackson sniffing out some panties. Let's see what's going on here.
And I'm sorry, my request at sidebar is reserved.
Yes.
Thank you. May I?
Reserved.
Inquire?
Okay.
Yes.
Inquire.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of,
I compared 3-2 to 7-12 and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Buchnick at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
He's dumbing it down for everybody.
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items,
He's
there were some
laymaning it.
subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items just had multiple pieces. So they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education.
Woo!
Under 712, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your
Why
report.
is it missing? That's interesting that it's missing a couple. I'm interested in that, the 9 pieces, and why it's, that you wouldn't just be A through, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, that's interesting. I'd have questions about it. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you guys for the truth. You know we about that truth. What?
so the
Cowbell for public education, baby.
the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, just
So I'm going to see Councilor Tybar for just a minute on this.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to go off camera to get some kisses. Just kidding. Thank you so much. We got a sidebar going on, but I want to say thank you guys for the love. Kelly, thank you for all you guys do for the truth. Again, Jen, Family Feud for baby, and Heather Fox. You know we got that 1122 King.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so the last category, we were talking about 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Come on, here we go.
Sorry, can you say the letters again?
Are you fucking kidding me?
A,
They're-
B, C,
all the letters
D,
you just said.
E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned,
Okay, of these pieces, guys.
the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Cup was a match.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So
Are you kidding me?
I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by,
Properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but
Okay, come on, this is important.
I would have to check my notes, but I
I
believe
thought
it
you have your
was,
notes.
The previous analyst
Ooh, previous analyst. Wait, excuse me?
looked at 7-12 that
Ooh. Previous analyst. Wait, excuse
found the
me?
physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Here we go.
Is it okay if I look at my
Yes.
notes?
Sure, I don't want to get bogged down, but yes.
I don't want to
please.
get bogged down, honey. Previous analyst. Interesting. I'm really confused as to why none of these experts or whatever they want to call themselves came with like, here, this is how I diagrammed everything. And it's like, it's 2024. And you would think that you would have things computerized, be like, okay, here we go. And it'd be like it would be like a PowerPoint presentation more or less, or at least some type of video to be able to show. I just think that this day and age, a visual aid for the purpose of like the jurors to understand it. I mean, you spit numbers at me, dates. I'm yeah, letters like this. I got it. But but that's not how that works for other people. And then just like how he explained what items you're looking at,
Okay, so
the cup, the bumper, the nine
item
pieces.
7-12 was previously examined by another analyst
Okay,
in the
7-12.
trace unit.
Okay.
Specifically, E and I received
Together.
when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together.
Oh,
Uh,
Ashley did it.
because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
Okay.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper
Okay.
in 3-3, correct?
Okay. Cup compared to bumper now. I'm taking really good notes to show you guys again. So then the cup was
I'm
not
sorry, say
compared to
that
the
again?
bumper. Come on, man.
You also analyzed the cup in
You don't-
3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
Do you not know what you were analyzing? What the fuck have you been? What have you guys been doing? This is getting me pissed now because this is easy for a scientist. The hell you work with numbers.
I did examine.
You didn't explain this ever to
I compared
Lally?
item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3.
And those
Which
were
was-
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's
Why?
because of size.
Don't assume. Let this bitch talk. What did you do? What have you done? C and D not analyzed. That's interesting. But he's saying he thinks it's because of how small it is.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination
That's not what
due
we
to size
asked.
and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Boom.
So you did end up analyzing
There's your boom.
one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyze that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also use the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay,
Ooh,
you did
okay.
not use FTIR in this analysis.
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 7-14, correct?
They were found to be consistent.
Oh my God. 714.
Sorry, they were found
In
to
the
be
bumper
consistent
piece?
in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so
Consistent.
importantly,
Physical.
you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 714, that single piece of glass to the cup. You found that it didn't match.
So 714
Correct.
All right. So
didn't match. Oh wow.
lastly,
This is
you
amazing.
tested
So
the single piece of glass found in the fourth column, 714,
Okay.
against the 9 pieces of glass found in 712, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
This is the comparison. Like, come on.
I did compare item 714 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
I just took away her acolytes. She's no longer a scientist.
There was no physical match to item 714.
Woo!
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
So what in the actual? So why doesn't Lally say, so you went ahead and did all this stuff and you
Wanna show
analyzed and you
Mr. Lally?
compared things.
Sure.
So nothing is consistent with,
The
you
one
should
that's
see
already
this being
labeled.
here, if that
I don't
actually
have
did that. Things like
May I
that.
approach the court magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
WW.
No, I do.
Oh, you do? What the hell you got WW for?
Can I borrow that from the
What
court?
the heck are you doing over there?
Thank you.
Why is
I'd
Bev
like you to
holding?
take a look at that document.
Okay, WW.
Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
This is amazing. Remember that little tweezer little piece?
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
Like your analysis is that we want to show the jury, okay?
I'm not quite sure what.
Well, don't you understand, honey? It's very simple.
I've never seen this before.
No
I'm
shit,
not
you
quite
didn't
sure
make
what,
it, bitch. Then explain to me your findings here. You did
I
all
think
of
you
this.
have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand.
That's bullshit.
My
So she
question
gets to play
is a
stupid?
relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? With the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match.
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough.
Can you do that?
It is accurate to say, use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say
That's everything.
that the piece recovered under 714,
The
the
single
single
piece
piece
of
of glass
Proctor.
recovered under 714 does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
The one single piece from Proctor.
And
Doesn't-
you can look at your notes if that's easier for you.
Like, which is like, how do you not know
We just want
this?
the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So
That's all I want.
take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
Yeah, and she should take 5 or 10 minutes just to see if the diagram. I mean, why didn't she come with a diagram? I'm gonna be using Hector the projector to show you exactly, because he wants to produce this to.
So I'm sorry, can you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
Because let me tell you why she doesn't know these layman terms, which is the bumper, the cup, the Proctor pieces, and the 9 pieces from Buchnick. Because they never sat down with these people like you're supposed to do and say, okay, so what do you got for me here? Like, this is what we think happened. This to this to this to this. Okay. This is the vehicle. This is where we found this. This is this. Like, but see, let me explain why. Lally, what the fuck are you doing? You
So
mofo.
that's correct. So
Okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces.
She doesn't know them
And
without saying the
7-12.
number.
Thank you, Scott. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
That was the planted piece.
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
That's what you call a frame job,
And
motherfucker!
that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis.
Anything.
The piece that was found singularly at, under 714, correct? The only one.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Consistent.
That's all I have.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Woo! Now that's what you just call a
Well-
1-2.
Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Boom.
Ms. Hanley,
You're gonna recross?
within
redirect?
item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerns, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces
Okay.
for
possible physical match.
Okay.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
What?
Plastic is.
Are you kidding me? He's trying to like, oh my God, he's trying to.
It's a type of polymer.
He's asking you to describe
A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the
Shano, expert. You
drinking
have her
glass,
listed as an expert.
that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my
Go ahead
report.
and you can go ahead and look at your notes.
These are all stupid questions, Lally. You just got fucking smoked, bitch.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set.
Nobody believes you, Lally. Nobody believes you. And you know what? These people don't believe it. Now, if they didn't ask the questions to say, okay, you're having me compare what to what, this portion that you brought here to this, these people walked in blind to this case.
Yeah, that's
They're
good.
comparing samples. Okay, I am not I have nothing to do with your. You didn't tell me about anything.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh God, here we go. What do you want to talk about, Lally? You know what I'm saying? Like, trust me, that girl's really good with her job because she just proved Alan Jackson's point that none of this shit matches. Meaning, this is the biggest part about it, you guys. This is the biggest part of what just was said. You remember that little piece on that bumper, that glass that just happened to make it all the way through the being towed in a winter snowstorm, all that crap? That little piece, yeah, guess what? That little piece that's glass, that's supposed to be the glass from the glass that John O'Keefe took from the bar, okay, that little piece is supposed to be, okay, a match to the glass pieces found at 34 Fairview in the grass. And it doesn't match. So where did it come from? It's planted.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Yuri Buchanan to the stand.
Holy shit! Fuck yeah!
And I do
Woo!
have that envelope, Mr. Lally. I have it.
Oh yes! He's in a blanket! Yes! This is gonna be the best afternoon ever! And the crowd goes wild! You can ring my
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the court and jury in the case examination, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I did.
It's bukkake time, baby! Get your nastiest friend out, lay him on the ground, and let's have a circle jerk because it's about to go round and round. Woo! It's time for a circle jerk, motherfuckers!
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Cocky, cocky, cocky. Boo, boo. Here we go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanan, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
I'll take a
And
vodka
how are you
water.
employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
I'll take a vodka
And
water.
how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts, in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a
secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Ivan
Now, with
Drago.
respect to
Meet
your work,
Ivan Drago.
Within the unit.
Cheating son of a
the,
bitch.
Detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. What, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call, any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
He's a handsy mofo.
January
Look at him.
29th,
Up with his hands
the
up.
morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
In that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton.
Snowbank.
I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton
Holy shit.
Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning, so where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrived at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to
9:15
getting
a.m.
to the
he's
Canton
getting
Police
worked in.
Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Alan
That's a
Jackson's
yes or
doing
no.
it.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Lally. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body
Why aren't you
was
saying
at that
officer?
point,
What the fuck are
what,
you
if any,
guys
information
doing?
did you receive about that? Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning? Objection.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, does that record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived and we interviewed him briefly.
Oh, he's saying that he
Was
right
that sort of the typical
afterwards?
process
No
of
way.
how at least your unit conducts interviews? with
Brian
respect
Albert
to
testified
civilians?
opposite.
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them they were going to be, we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course
This
of an
is
investigation,
unbelievable.
is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged
That
all.
includes the jeans.
Okay, jurors, feel
Okay.
free to stand up and stretch.
Why are you telling them to stretch, girl? They got 30 minutes until lunch. We got this. You guys check this out. Okay, let's talk about this. We have boxers. He said he's wearing boxers. We have the jeans with the belt. We have the two shirts. We got the orange shirt. We got the gray shirt, the long sleeve gray shirt. We have his jeans. Okay, so all of his clothing is on the ground, allegedly all in a pile. Okay, that's his mom there. I don't know who's to the right. Is that I'll get some names, but fuck it all. So we have boxers. We have yet to hear about the boxers. All right. And then the gray shirt, orange, and they had jeans. And then we have the sneaker that would have still been on him, I'm guessing. All right. So let's see how he, remember what I told you guys about, socks. Okay. What else? He was wearing a hat, you know what I mean? But so if all this stuff was on the floor and all in a pile, remember I was telling you guys how I felt about that these look like the clothing looked like it, like stuff was like bleeding through it. So like that, you know, like the front of John's shirt. Okay. If John has no wounds that would bleed from his skin out onto his clothing through it, seep through it, then it says, where is that staining come from? Where is that brown staining come from? All right. How much blood did John O'Keefe lose? You know what I mean? Like I have a question about that. I want to know how much blood loss. Like, I'm gonna write that myself. Blood loss. I'm just curious if that's something that they could have. Now remember, they get there at. We don't even have a time yet, but he's saying they got to the Campy Day at 9:15. Then they went to Gemma Cabe's. Then from Gemma Cabe's, they went to Good Samaritan. 3.5 liters. 3 liters.
When
Okay,
you
thank
come
you.
into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor. Is that correct?
Thank you.
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in a condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
All right, right.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and/or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No socks.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Alan
Now,
Jackson
prior to
cross.
sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of
Here we
items
go.
of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is,
I'll allow it. I'll
What?
allow it.
thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, it's utilized, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. And that procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what if any recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being the bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
They're gonna.
Now,
Oh,
with
I know where
regard
this is going. I know where they're
to,
going
you
with
mentioned
this.
or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Did he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the
That's fine,
time
you
in
just didn't
January
put it
of
in there.
2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does, as a unit commander, to facilitate any next assignment.
Tully, and who was the other
Now,
one?
with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
How are you allowing that?
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room,
He didn't physically do it. That's why he shouldn't be testifying to
made
that.
observations of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Over the course of your work with this unit in particular,
Move it along, that means.
if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide, but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective?
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any, well, I mean, sorry, just with physical observations, what if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a...
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally?
This guy's a real prick.
Based on your training experience,
You
what, if any,
narcissistic fucking
conclusions or
loser.
What, if any, opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eye?
Objection.
Yeah,
Fuck this
I'll
motherfucker.
see you at sidebar here.
Yeah, I mean, Lally, this isn't your fucking ME, you cocksucker. I mean, this is not an ME. The fuck out of here. Lally, what a fucking goofball. All right. Again, welcome new members. Welcome. You guys, this has been one of the most anticipated direct examinations and crosses. This is none other than Yuri Buknik, aka Bukaki baby. He will always be Bukaki.
Yes.
So Sergeant Mechanic, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Yes.
I'll allow that. Have
What
you
the-
made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of
What?
sign on the skin.
Oh, doesn't look like
And from your
scratching?
observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the,
Let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
You're gonna get owned.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And Where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan of Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
Okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes,
May I approach?
yes. How many items are we talking about?
4.
Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past 1, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Sergeant,
Yes.
presenting you with this item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
All right, guys, take a look at that. Take a look at the bag.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, thank
See
you.
what's in the bag.
Good to see what's in the bag.
So, okay, all right, so
Okay.
you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Everybody leave Busty alone. That's who I bust balls with. I gotta get my steak dinner out of Busty. That $5 holla. Here we go. Look at so one piece. So it's a one right there. So this would have been repackaged, I think, after the lab would have worked with it.
No objection.
So Lally, why don't you come take the bag?
Now he has to take those gloves off.
Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag. Okay.
This is why usually people testify that are the police first, and then the lab people testify after. Because, like, look at her just grabbing that and just putting it down. What are you doing? She is a mess. This
Yeah,
court
Coach,
reporter
yes.
can just lick it.
Give you another item, sir.
These people
you
just seem
recognize that item?
sloppy.
Yes, I do.
Like
What do you
John.
recognize that to be?
It says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the
Don't
jury
you
as
think
well.
he should change his
Yes.
gloves? I would think he should be changing his gloves, but now see that has yellow tape on it as well, and the last one had just red. They had to cut it open, to get it off of John. Why aren't you turning it the other way? Like, what are you doing? And you look at how he just mangle it back up like that.
No objection.
Okay.
Was it 4:38?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from the
Yes.
bag.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Hopefully Alan Jackson talks about this, like cutting of scissors, this glove wearing, this fucking ridiculous shit. Your Honor, this is not how we introduce this evidence. He didn't handle the evidence. He didn't submit the evidence. This would be for Trooper Proctor. Okay, his name is not on any of this. I'm telling you, unless he's not planning on calling Trooper Proctor, which he's going to have to tell him right now. Because why are we going through this right now? They're not talking about the bag, saying, can you look at the bag? Is that your signature? When did you put that in? When did you take it? I mean, nothing. Like, can you just open these up and show the jury what? Get the fuck out of here. Let's say that Karen Reed wants to have if God forbid, if she's found guilty, she needs to test any of these items for like DNA, test anything to see if there's other people's, DNA present, because it was never tested. This is just, it's disturbing, and it's making me not want to eat my leftover prime rib from yesterday. I believe that Karen Reed has so many freaking availabilities and to appeal this, that like if she is even found guilty, like it'll be right back in the court. Okay. And it's unfortunate because that time she'll probably have to go with a fucking public defender. But I don't think that she's going to be found guilty. But I'm just saying, like, just imagine if this wasn't Karen Reed, and imagine if this was a black man. All right. Imagine if this was, this is just unbelievable. And we can say that we think Karen Reed's guilty, or we think that doesn't matter. You guys, you have to take that away, and you have to just look at this. And there is no way in hell that anybody, I don't care what side you say you're on, I don't even believe in sides, it's about the truth, is that this is not how you get to the truth. So, and Alan Jackson's not going to budge on this. He's not going to budge on this. He's good. How can you budge on this?
Can you, Sergeant?
What's he doing now?
You are unmuted.
Is he taking off those gloves, putting new gloves on? Oh, here we go. God, look at that shoe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. Introduce the minutes of that.
Yes, I'm going to.
No objection.
Thank you.
May I approach one at a time? My apologies.
So basically, John O'Keefe takes the hose to Reebok and spends pennies on them while he shops at Nike.
She said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Then you would, from that set, you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
I want to see the
And,
boxers.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm just yelling over here by myself. That's the first one we saw. I'll be rewinding this. That's the first time we saw the back of those jeans. I'll be taking pictures of this. It's going in as evidence for me. And that means all of you guys.
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
Jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break. Thank you. All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
All right, Jerry.
You are muted.
All right, well, we're going to take our lunch break here. It's going to be really brief, and he's going to be with us this afternoon. So let's see, Wednesday, Alan Jackson is doing the cross. I believe that we will get to the cross because we're going to be back at it at 1:30. This is wild, guys. This is wild. But hey, I'm here for it. Woo!
Hey there, Karen Reed, Trial Watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert.
This is Lana right
Google
here.
Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors.
Hey, so check it out. I got a question. I got 813 people in here right now. Please tell me who has gone to incognitoclaims.com, who has even attempted to look and see what this is. I'm curious to see if advertising helps. We did not have any bingos before lunch. Oh, man. All right, then we're going to just go with a single bingo because I want to give away another winner. So who has done anything with this incognito stuff? Just curious. Anybody? I want to see how good this advertising is working out. Jeremiah says advertising doesn't work. And you guys out there going to college and getting your advertising degrees are just a bunch of shim sham shoe idiots. I'm just curious if anybody has even gone to Google it. Mom on Script Atlanta, you're so cute. Yeah, you know, I try over here. So we have anybody that says yes? Anybody done it? You guys today, first half, call it a basketball game. In the first half, what do you see out there, Atlanta? Well, I just saw Lally taking gut punches after gut punches he wasn't even putting up his arms. He was trying to stall there by asking questions to the two girls who just looked like they could have come out the womb. And the cross on both by Yannetti and the cross by Jackson just lasted, minutes compared to the lollygagging of Lolly. So lolly, blah, whatever, it doesn't matter. What I saw is that Lally's own evidence shows that there's a cover-up. There was planted evidence when things aren't matching. And if there was one thing that should totally stick out, which is why was all this evidence brought to you on March 14th? Why was all of this brought to you on March 14th? You know, this happened on January 29th, but even when you're collecting things on, you know, 2/3, 2/6, 2/8, 2/11, 2/18, it's not making its way to the lab until March 14th, all at the same time. And then also, I don't think that these girls that were from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab have anything to do with this. I don't even think that they realize what they, you know, here, they're just said, here, we want you to, here's the evidence. We're trying to make it seem, you know, are these all from this taillight? And we have suspicion that there, you know, somebody hit somebody and then somebody had a drinking glass there. I mean, these people didn't even know what they were doing in terms of when Alan Jackson was trying to produce a freaking grid for the jurors so they could understand. She was so confused. She was so confused, that poor thing. And it's like, wait a second, how did you not just have this? Like, why didn't Lally tell you to, like, hey, we need something like this so that we can present it to the jurors? Well, guys, this is why. Ready? Because his grid would have shown nada. You got nothing. Nothing. And it looks like, okay, then all these pieces from Proctor, what made up the big sculpt of it? What made up your big pieces and when were they actually turned in? Oh, wait. All of those pieces. Oh, wait. Oh man, it was when he turned in them all that time later. When you got these big pieces. What about all these little pieces? You didn't even use them. You said that you couldn't use them. It wasn't until you got these big chunky pieces, right? And when did you get those? This is not lost on the jury, guys. And it is not lost on the people that think Karen Reed's guilty. Okay? It's not lost on them. They have bias that are just there, and they will tell you and they will write whatever they want on social media. Like Jennifer Coffenhoffer out there, you are a complete fucking goof. And I think that any case that Jennifer Coffenhoffer worked on should come and resurface and literally be checked on. Because how the fuck did she have her job? Who was she blowing? Because you know what it is, guys? It's not about what you know in life. It's about who you blow. And who was she blowing? That's exactly right, Rena. You would find the large pieces. They're just right there in front of your face. But Jennifer Coffenhoffer, you look like a complete fool. And I literally watch her little snippets so I can get a chuckle. And it gives me something to talk about, to compare myself to, like, holy shit, if I ever am missing something that's so blatantly obvious, I need to not have my channel anymore. She's using her platform for I don't even know. She's bored old broad, because you ain't doing it for justice, girl. You ain't doing it for truth. And the only way you get justice is from truth. Yeah, I have no idea, but I think all of her cases should come back and resurface, and people out there that have been put in any type of jail, any type of prison because of Jennifer Coffenhoffer, you should have your case relooked at. Because that bitch has the most tunnel vision I've ever seen of anybody in my life. She can't even come out and say like I would give it up. I would say, like, holy shit, man, that stuff was matching. Ooh, so that really was a piece, that piece that was found by the tweezers of the Maureen broad. Oh man, that really did make it through. It must have been frozen when it traveled that far. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be sitting here telling you guys that. I wouldn't be sitting here saying, oh, but it's, I mean, they must have, no, I would say, oh, damn, you know? But that's how lazy they are on even on the cover up, on the frame job. You know? They didn't even use a piece of glass that was consistent with the glass from whatever glass they had. I mean, come on. That's how lazy these fuckers are. When you look at someone like Brian Higgins, doesn't he just scream lazy? Lazy. Yeah, Angelina, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I don't even know Wendy Murphy. I just know that she ran her mouth, I guess, with Turtle Boy or something. But they are just and it does not match with anything that's happening in this courtroom. You know, your evidence has to match, and your evidence doesn't. And that's what happened today. We finally get to the parts where Lally gets to drag this out, try to confuse the jurors, and then here it is. The defense has to come in here and say, okay, let me just, compact this for us. We have 4 categories basically that you analyze through testing, and that's the bumper, yes, and that's the glass, yes, and that's the pieces over here from that were turned in by this person, and then the one piece that was turned in from Chuba Proctor. And she's over here like, I don't even know what you're talking about because I've never looked at it that way, because this case has never been explained to me. I'm just here simply, you're asking me if this is consistent with that. So, but Lana, DUI guy, Sean, Turtle Boy, and the lawyer going to be fire on this recap. You guys, I've been kind of bringing it though on this live. I mean, I am wearing my emotions on my sleeve with this one. But I think Lally just got TKO'd. This was supposed to be really incriminating. They said that Lally told in his different times that he had motions and arguments and oral arguments, pretrial motions. He said that it was embedded. Glass was embedded. We have our people that has analyzed blah, 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 all these things. Nothing that he has said in any pretrial motion has come to fruition. Nothing that he has said in his pretrial motions have garnered anything. Okay, this is what you said we were going to see. This is what you said was going to happen, and nada. There is nothing embedded in anybody, in the clothing, in the bumper, in this and that. Nothing. There's absolutely nothing. And this is what you were supposed to be tying it all together with a big fat fucking bow for the jury, and you stuck your dick in your own ass, and it's called a Key West boomerang. Go check it out. So you fucked the dog, period. And we had to sit through hours of your bullshit. And that upsets me. Kay Baker, absolutely. We were supposed to believe the glass was embedded in the bumper. I can't believe this. We were supposed to believe so many things. So many things. And now you want me to believe that Jennifer McCabe didn't Google house long to die at 2:27 and didn't delete it. And let's talk about what Buchnick said here. It's called the Key West boomerang. It's for all my friends, all my gay guy friends. We have a lot of fun. And we tell people, oh man, I would just love to give that guy a Key West boomerang. I used to live in Key West, so love my little town there. Anyways, going back to what Bukaki just testified to, just so you guys know, it's called Buchnick. He said that Jen was interviewed solo. He said Matt was interviewed solo, and that Brian Albert was then interviewed solo. And that is not what Brian Albert testified to. Brian Albert said that he went there to Jen McCabe's house to be there for her, because she's like a little sister to him. Okay? Excuse me? And we're going to start nailing down these times, because guess who's going to nail these times down? Alan Jackson's going to nail these times down. He says that he wakes up, he has to clear, because it's so bad snowing and da-da-da-da. And, at 6:44, he receives a phone call. 6:44 is pretty early to receive that phone call. 6:44 is pretty early. They were on it. They said, we need 6:44. 6:44 would be after John O'Keefe's phone would travel up a flight of stairs. Almost like kind of right around there. 6:42. Right after John McCabe. 6. So, 8:22, still clearing the driveway. And then Proctor and him, he decided to take his truck, gets over there. They talked to Good for 25 to 30 minutes. And then they decide, okay, we got to go to the McCabe residence. The McCabe residence. And they took one vehicle, which was Bukaki's vehicle. And when they got over there to Jen's, which is now, I'm able to piece things in my head based off of Jen's testimony already and the phone records of when that could have happened. And so it's interesting because if he got at Canton at 9 or 9:15, like he says, you didn't just talk to Good for 25 or 30 minutes and then decide to go over to Shithole's house. All right. Because I don't have you getting over there for a little bit of time because Jen McCabe was still at Brian Albert's. So that's very, very interesting to me because what did you do? If you only talked to Good for 20 to 20 or 25 to 30 minutes, that puts you, I'll even give you 10 a.m. I'll give you 10 a.m. And then you said that you went to Jen McCabe's. You would have been at Jen McCabe's when she was over still at Brian Albert's. Don't be messing with my timelines and my timestamps and my dollar bills, y'all. Lana, did you ever see my comment with a officer? Oh, yes, I did. I wrote it down. That was the man I was missing. I did. Yes. This is the most dangerous testimony to Karen so far this whole trial. Yeah. Well, and it's dangerously failing, so we're going to see how this pans out. What else do we have? Again, I'm telling you, Brian Albert testified opposite as to ever being, like when you want to talk about this privacy, like, so you went over there to then sit in a room and just look at the wall. Come on, man. It just didn't happen. Then after he went to Jen McCabe's house and he interviewed 3 people with Proctor, he then says that they went to Good Samaritan Hospital and observed Mr. O'Keefe. Nobody has given John O'Keefe the damn, respect to say Officer O'Keefe. Coming from a cop, that is, how does that not, if you're Paul O'Keefe, how aren't you getting up and saying, can you refer to my brother as officer? And then let Paul now order in the court. He's not Mr. O'Keefe. That should scream all of these things to the jury. That would scream things to me if I was on the jury. And if I was Alan Jackson, I'd come out the gate and say, do you guys have an issue calling John O'Keefe Officer O'Keefe? I'm just curious. Objection, argumentative. Is there a reason you aren't referring to Officer O'Keefe as Officer O'Keefe and as Mr. O'Keefe? I'd get that. I would stick it to this prick a little bit before I questioned him. I'd get this man's blood boiling because he's a hothead. You can see he's a hothead. And I'd light the fuse. I'd light the fuse to this man. Let's really show this jury what type of man he is. And he's a hothead. And you got to bring that out. And I think Alan Jackson's going to bring that out on him. Let's let that bias show a little bit. Now, the piece of testimony here that we're going to get on cross-examination is, now when you testify that you picked up everything and you put it in a bag, you put it in one bag and you double bagged it, right? Just like a condom, you double bagged it, right? One bag for all the items. So then how you have it all piecemealed here, that wouldn't be your doing, right? And he said the position of the clothing, so everything was stacked on top of each other, all soaking wet. And that's interesting to me because how would the orange shirt be soaking wet when it's like, I would have some questions about that. It might be cold. That it had to seep through. He's just full of shit. There's no mention of socks. Now, someone said that O'Keefe's socks were still on him. but I would think that would be evidence that, you might want to take. But there was no talks about the sock. The reason I want to talk about the socks is because I want to know if there was any blood on any of his socks. Because if there was blood on his socks, all right, then that will help in my mind that if John went into that house and took off his shoes, because he's, respectful like that, and that blood somehow dropped onto his sock, you're going to have a lot of explaining to do there, right? So I want to know what's on the socks, plural. But we didn't get to, they didn't take any socks. He didn't have anything to do with any socks. I can't wait to hear about this evidence log in and log out of the evidence locker. Kowalski, Tully, and DeSico. Be coming for that ass. Then he tried to get away with trying to say what he observed on O'Keefe's body. Alan Jackson wasn't having any of that. Okay. He's dealt with 500 unattended death investigations this man has. Again, I think all of these cases that involve these people should be resurfacing. And then he was trying to really, really give his opinion on what the abrasions looked like on the arm of John O'Keefe. And he wants to say because of like blunt force trauma. Blunt force trauma. None of those marks are blunt force trauma marks, y'all. Okay? None of those marks caused the death of John O'Keefe. Right? Right? What wound on John O'Keefe's arm was just so stupid? Do you understand if I swing a bat and I hit you with a bat? That's your arm doesn't do that. Your arm doesn't get these scratches all over. What other blunt force trauma? Where's the bruising? Where was the bruising around those marks? Like the bruising of his hand. I'm starting to think Karen guilty too since this morning testimony. What morning testimony? But Starseed wants to come over here and make him or herself known. So I'm curious as to what testimony. Manslaughter? Off of what testimony? Off of what testimony? The testimony that happened today? They got crushed. Absolutely crushed. Oh, God. The evidence doesn't match. The evidence doesn't match what y'all said it was going to be. Oh, God, bless America. You know what, Starseed? I want to hear what testimony that you heard that I didn't hear. And that these 760 other people. I want to see Yuri ripping his shorts off and start, dancing. Yeah, doesn't he look like a, yep. Because I thought the belt was missing. Because you thought the belt was missing. What the fuck does the belt have anything to do with anything? I needed a good laugh. All right, I'm going to eat my lunch really quick. We'll be back here in about 6 more minutes. Remember, guys, he said that he found it was the right shoe that was on him. So you know what I'm going to go back out and check? I'm going to check all of those firefighters, all the notes I have on, and see if anybody said if there was a right or left shoe. I'm going to see if there was an old slip there. Yo, I am laugh crying. Yes, I do that every day. I do that every day while watching Jennifer Coffindaffer. Just stuff isn't adding up. Everyone has been claiming. Yeah, that would mean not guilty then. It's not the defense to prove. You're absolutely right. Nothing's adding up. Great observation. So maybe you meant to say not guilty, not guilty. But just go get your leaf blower and go straighten your hair with your leaf blower. I'm a troll because I started thinking differently. Sorry, dipping. You're not thinking differently. I highlighted your comment and wanted to hear. Debris right there. Peace. I highlighted it for a reason because I wanted to see it. You're the one that gets defensive. Tell me who testified this morning. Tell me their names. Bet you can't. Anyways. If I'm missing something here, I'd love to know. We are not guilty here. We have to be proven guilty. Absolutely. Yeah, Danby, I want to know why. I want to know why. I'm all for it. And then they make no sense when they say, oh, just because I think differently. No, you just told us that you started thinking differently today. Exactly, Jen. You know the only trolls be dumb. It's probably the Bukkake Fest. Anyways. Anyways, I was here to listen to it, but I'm going to be back in a couple minutes. Thank you. I just like a good debate there. I just like a good debate. I was hoping I was going to get a good debate. Hey, all you Karen Reed trial watchers. I just have to say it when I just creep up on my own channel. Aw. Hope you had a good experience over there at court. You guys, whoever thought that watching a trial would be like watching, Jordan game 6. This is what they do like in Georgetown though. Have you ever been to the bars in Georgetown? They're all out there day drinking and watching Wall Street, CNN trials and the volume's up, man. I think it's great. I tried to get Dedham to do the same thing. Miss Kelly knows how hard I tried to get one of the bars that usually open up at 4:00 to open up at 9 so that we could, watch the trial on like the speakers and on the televisions, and they wanted nothing to do with it. I'm like, you guys are gonna make a bunch of money. What are you talking about? Wild type stuff. Yeah, DC. Yeah, we tried hard, girl. All right, guys, it's 1:43, so hopefully Sugar Tits gets her ass back here. This is an awesome channel. Thank you. I take pride in this channel being awesome. And all the mods do as well. I'm over here making exhibits. Over here making trial exhibit folders, binders, you name it. Best chat on the interwebs, baby. Yep. Join me, guys. I got lots to talk about with the Idaho 4 case, too. I want to break down some stuff for you guys with that. This case is just, ooh. We have none other than Bukkake on the stand. We've been waiting for Bukkake. We finally get Bukkake, and he is everything that you could imagine and more. Vodka and water. I'd like a vodka and water. Can't wait to get these times down. Alan, he's a foot soldier. Okay, we're just waiting over here on Bev. B tells us to be back quickly. She's so full of shit. Bev. Jen! 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 You guys know that when you have Carrie Roberts and Jen's testimony, basically like in her. Carrie. I'm gonna get sure that says Jen. Come on in.
Thank you. Maybe seated quarterbacking session. Good to see you, Marty.
They have the camera. They have the camera. Look at my girl Bev looking all fine. Okay, girl, shake it off, shake it off.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Approach for what? You know what? That burger ain't gonna sit too well. I might have to take a shit. Give me a break. How many people watch this channel at work secretly while working, and then hear me say something, and you just start laughing at work in your cubicle, and people are like, "Hey, are you okay back there?" Just curious. Well, I am privileged then to be in your guys' ears at work. Now, how many people at work are allowed to listen and watch, and they're allowed to have it turned up, and their employees are watching with them, and they're like, Oh God, here Lana goes. She's about to blow. Whatever Lally has, he had to turn over to the defense. Otherwise, it's a Brady violation, guys. So when people say, does Alan Jackson have something? If Alan Jackson doesn't have it, it's a Brady violation. So again, we are playing single bingo, and we're going to play until it's over today. So hopefully we can get a winner. Oh, there you go. All right, here we go. Back at it.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there
That's
were
going to be
pieces
interesting.
of plastic, red and clear plastic that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing. And he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Thank you.
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the Crime Scene Services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from crime scene services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when crime scene services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Neighborhood baby. Woo! Okay, so yeah.
Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So Sergeant Mechanic just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the midst.
All right. So there's no objection, right? All right. So folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. All right, with that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may publish just briefly each of the 3 respective photographs.
Yes.
441.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2866. And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 2857? Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now marked as Exhibit 442?
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's
They're the
attention to
pictures
what,
that
if
I've
anything,
shown guys on this channel. What they're seeing right now.
I observed the lateral, parallel lacerations, abrasions, and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between
Go to
that
the
point
witness.
there
Get the
and that
fuck
point
the
there,
camera
as I
off of her.
described earlier in my testimony.
I want to see him.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 443?
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Right, sir, let's go into contact. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
I went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the
Here we go.
residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
Oh, they're the ones that were wearing regular
And so
clothing.
as you arrived
Regular
in that
clothing.
area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways.
What?
Once we arrived to Dayton,
Yes,
I
they
positioned
are.
my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his way?
You're so full of
Well,
shit.
the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle. So even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition
Seriously
of the driveway
right
as you
now?
made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was
Waist?
quite deep in some locations.
Shut the
And
fuck
as you
up,
made your way
waste.
to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway, in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the storm door, glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went in the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle and at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
When you proceed inside the home and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were, considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with, who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And prior to,
Do I need to give an instruction, Mr. Riley? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
How does Bev know what's coming? How does Bev know what's coming? I've never seen this before. I've never seen a judge know what's coming. Do I have to give a instruction? What? Give instructions about what? What do you need to give instructions about? Alan Jackson will know right now, and would have known beforehand, if Chief Proctor is not testifying. Okay, if he's not testifying, Alan Jackson knows that right now. I've never seen anything like this where it's like, wait, do I have to give my special instruction now? Like, how, excuse me? I just want to better understand that. I want to better understand if this is something that I've seen it before, it's because, we're going to be doing this. It would be, I'm telling you this, it would be under extreme circumstances, but this is not, those of you guys who are ever watching a trial for the first time and this is your first trial, this isn't normal. This isn't normal that Bev, the judge, knows the hand of the prosecutor. I just can't even. John was pronounced dead at 7:58.
All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay?
Oh, okay.
We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally?
thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is hearsay.
Sergeant Mechanic, when you began to speak.
Well, not really. I mean,
prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that As I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's, and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning, as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
Did you have a search warrant?
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And from at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home in Dighton?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway.
Gentleman, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
I'm showing you a disc. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dighton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
Objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those 2 short clips for the jury?
Yes.
Gentlemen, if you could click on it and then pause when it is.
Yeah, look at that waist high. What a moron.
Mr. Lally, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You want to pause right there, please? Now, the Sergeant Mechanic, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that was just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Can I get,
Is that the same driveway that you
Can I
were
get my
walked
phone?
up from the street to the house in Dayton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to take a breath right from there. Just wanted if you could pause right there. Two individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are, as far as who they are, from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the father, is that correct?
That's correct.
I just don't know if you could play this again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
that's pure speculation.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay.
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I got a second of those two videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Mechanic, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
1612. 1612. 1612. Who's driving it? Oh God.
Pause right there.
I'm sorry.
I just asked her to pause right
Yeah,
there.
you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes.
Objection.
Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, is significance you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the truck?
The rear taillight is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that taillight.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Still, if you could play this through the.
What?
It's coming, you can take that time.
Why aren't you playing any more of it?
Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sallyport garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's go, baby. It's Sallyport time. Let's see if all the hoopla.
So I'm showing you a disc, just have to look at that, look up in the finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of that exhibit.
They have just a moment, Councilman.
Okay.
Mike.
Alan Jackson wants to take a look at something. Let's see what's going on here. Alan Jackson's huddling up his team. No, Alan Jackson's doing it. And he's conferring with something. And this is actually going to get real good. There's Turtle Boy. You see him in the back.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
Huh. They're debating whether or not to let it in or not. Holy shit. This is going to be great.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, we publish that video to your aid.
Okay.
Let's take a look. All right. So what time do we got on it?
And just for
17:30.
reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sallyport garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom and the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sallyport is located.
He's trying to say that it took him
Just come in if you could.
from 4:12 to 5:30. Here it is.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman.
Look at her car.
As far as what's depicted in this still shot of this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind, as we did the entire way from Dayton all the way to Canton.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that to the end.
Her car has no snow on it. Her car has like no snow on that.
Hey, the hair made it. His hair on the bumper
Yeah.
made it. Made that trip.
Who's that?
The glass made it.
I want to see what the tow truck driver says.
As far as the
If they have it.
interior of the Sallyport garage, that,
Put the light, thank you.
as far as the interior Sallyport of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sallyport with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
Melting before.
And
Get out of here,
from
man.
the arrival of that vehicle into the Sallyport garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Trust me, everything that they're showing right now, the defense has and has had. Otherwise, it's a Brady violation.
Showing you another disc, sir. Let's ask you to review that one until we finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about proceed to introduce in the minutes of that exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
So they're saying that this drive took an hour and 15 minutes. Who's waddling? Oh my God, they just disappeared. Did you see that person that just disappeared? Who are these people? Look at this. What's going on here? Look at these.
Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen?
Is there snow on the ground?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or from the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
And this gentleman, if you could, please.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay, could you pause that, Ms. Gilman?
There is stuff wrote on the bottom in blue. There is stuff wrote on the bottom in blue. We're gonna find out who all these people were. And there is definitely, I believe that is snow in the garage. Okay, and it is either gonna be from obviously. What were they do? Were they hiding the Ford Edge in there?
Exactly.
Were they hiding? What the fuck is going on here? And I'm telling you, this has been cut. You see a person and they just disappear. Right there when you walk in, you saw like a little penguin walking person like this, and then they just disappear. Then I could see a couple different cuts when they're actually talking over there. I mean, it's just going to be really, really interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting as to what's going on right now, what this objection is. He didn't object. He just said, Your Honor, can we talk? But I want to talk about the I want to know what vehicle was in there that they moved out to put that vehicle in there.
Because it's something that has snow and don't snow. What is it?
It has to be something that obviously wasn't in the garage, like up until just a little bit ago at some point, because the snow, there wouldn't have been snow if the car was in there for a long period of time. Remember Higgins was talking about moving cars around and stuff like that? That he went to the Canton Police Department to, like, I don't know, move cars around?
Take a short afternoon break on our long days at about a half an hour. But I think the better use of our time is to give you a 10-minute break now. And then we'll go straight through to 4. But if anybody needs a break,
Okay, so we have a 10-minute break here.
Court, please.
Jim.
Okay, so she muted. And hang on a second. Let's see if she's gonna talk at all, or
How can anyone watch this and still think they're kind of guilty?
how can anybody watch this? How can anybody watch this and ever trust the police again? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can anybody watch this and never trust prosecutors?
This is a police.
She's like, it's on the left and it's on the right. There's snow in there. She's like, she sees it. She's like, there's snow. She just said the same thing. I mean, this is, I just, wow. All right, no spamming in the chat there, girl. Stace. All right, let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's up here.
Your Honor, may the witness leave the stand just for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
Okay, let's hear about it. Here we go. This is going to be good. It's going to be good.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If it pleases the court, yes.
Uh-oh. Outside the presence of the jury. See on the bottom there, guys, in blue? See, that person just disappeared. See, you can see that, there we go.
It's a bigger car than parents. Probably like a tow truck. I have no idea what was in our cloud.
Wait, somebody gets out of the, what the fuck? Who just drove the car? Who was in the passenger seat?
May I get just a little closer?
Sure.
Who are these? What's going on here?
Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
I hope it fucking keeps shit. It keeps slipping.
I mean, I can't. Okay, so they open up. What does he do? What's going on? He has a phone. That person had a phone. Now they're acting like it was because of that. That didn't bring in the snow. That didn't bring in the snow.
Now we must plow the snow out. All the cars in there. You guys are crazy.
That's not from her car. Why does it look like that the car has already been there? Why does it look like that's been like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Oh my God. Who do you think who do you think y'all are kidding here? That snow, where'd that snow come from? This is not the only camera angle. I can tell you that because remember all the camera angles that we have? This is unfucking believable. And anybody out there that's watching this shit like Jennifer Coffin, suck a motherfucking dick, girl. You are nuts. Where's the back angle? It's that all that snow was already in there. This is fucking amazing. Fucking woo! Cowbell, baby! Let's get some shots going! Look at all these fucking people. It's a party up in the fucking Sallyport, motherfucker! Woo! Mofo, baby! This is wild. It's complete pandemonium over here.
Don't worry, we got it. We're gonna break this tail like
Go get yourself a dolly. This is it's who's this guy? Is that a dummy? Oh, who's that guy? Oh yeah, woo! This is amazing.
Drop that. You got the hair? I'm gonna put the hair on the bumper.
Look at these clowns. Who are these people? Four-wheeler was on right side next to bag. Four-wheeler on left.
Super Savers.
You guys, how did the snow get in there to begin with? This is wild. This is absolute wild. I mean, look at now the oh my, look at these people just reappearing and appearing. Look at these people. It's what's his name? Blaine. Blaine's over here pulling magician fucking tricks over here. This is amazing. This is wild. I don't even.
They put up the tape now. I can't. This is a secure scene.
Who are these people?
Don't enter the
Again,
secure scene.
it's complete pandemonium. It's anybody's game, folks. This is unbelievable.
Wrap it around the dummy's neck. Put the crime scene tape on the dummy's neck.
Go Irish. She's like, I'm having a jam. Can we get some Jameson up in this baby? Woo! Look at these fucking mofos. Oh, chopped and screwed, man. Chopped and screwed. Then I sent you an email of another video of the Sallyport footage. Oh, thank you so much. I just actually got your email. Oh, I'm just loving this. Let's see what's going on here. You guys, what time is this at? I'm trying to get that little timestamp there at the bottom. Can you zoom in on that bottom part?
Zoomed in. It's 1:29, 2022, and the hour.
Yeah, what is that?
Glitchy 8.
Is that the end of it,
Oh my
Mr.
God! Look what
Lally, or-
it's doing. Look at
I
the
believe so,
hour.
yes.
Look what that's doing.
Is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman?
So this is
Okay.
the date all the
Yeah,
way this way.
I see that.
All right. Lights on, please, Dave. Thank you.
This is getting so good.
All right. So I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine
Long most. Okay. Okay.
trial.
All right. Let's
All
see
right,
what's going on.
so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Honor.
Oh shit. Oh shit. This is, I don't think holy shit. Hold on a second. I gotta
Hey there,
guys,
Karen Reed,
Karen Reed
trial
watchers.
watchers. This is a law and
This is Lana
crime
Ariani, and I'm
legal
here to-
alert. Google Incognito tracked users.
All right, guys. Okay, what I think has just come. This was turned over literally after they impaneled a jury. This was turned over. Discovery XL. I'm gonna go grab my package of Discovery. 4/23/2023, and it was after they impaneled the jury. I'm understanding because we started then, yeah. So after they started impaneling, holy shit, And this was after the motion. And when did they handle the motion in Lemony?
I think they're basically putting in a motion in lemony, right? Like today or yesterday, they put one in because she goes with long motion in lemony. But listen, if it's for this footage, I think they should like let it stand.
I think that's why Alan Jackson was having that little like powwow to say, do we let it come in? Because when we can attack the shit out of this, like, look, how is there, they're going to lie. They're going to lie about talking about the snow and where it came from. Well, clearly there was a different vehicle in there beforehand. I don't know. We don't have the video for it. And that's the video footage that I believe that they're missing. Okay. That's the 42 probably minutes of missing video.
You think that's the missing?
I think that whatever happened before, yes, because I believe that Karen Reed's vehicle looks like, I mean, people want to say that this tow truck driver is on the up and up. I'm not feeling that way. I'm feeling like, I mean, wow, like for that, the Canton cameras outside have this vehicle on a tow truck bed and they're saying it's at 5:30.
Mm-hmm.
So unless they somehow are fucking with that time, I mean, this is complete. They're making a judgment call based on like
incomplete evidence.
How we can, like, they had already broke the taillight. Yes, I believe that the 42 minutes is missing before this, which makes sense because the snow's right there. That's why Karen Reed's just like, oh my God, look at the snow. Are these people fools? I think they want it in here because they're going to show exactly what the heck has happened. We needed to have a shot. What are we doing shots of?
I'm leaving to go get
Jameson? Oh.
What do you want, Irish car bombs?
No. People are just like, guys, cowbell for all. This is unbelievable. There are people that are in the video, then they just disappear.
Yeah, they want to act like it's like a ring thing where it's like motion activated.
It's not. This is not a ring motion activated anything.
This is should be a closed circuit TV. It's at a Sally Port for basically they're doing crime scene shit in there. The fuck are you guys doing?
They tried to reenact the video. It could be. You guys, they did something. And I mean, what the fuck?
So it don't matter.
Mofos.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Right, where are you going?
Oh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I just need someone get me a twisted tea. Someone give me a buzz ball. Somebody do something.
Stop crying.
Somebody's doing a reenactment that they taped over themselves, so it's double the people.
I was just hoping it was a Jackass video. With
You
them
guys,
Did you see them slipping?
what are they gonna say about this? You guys that say Karen Reed's guilty. Take it up the yin yang. This is wild. Oh my gosh. Talk about Tom right now. Talk about Tom. He's in the courthouse. He's probably like, oh God, what's going on? Who was in the passenger seat of Karen Reed's vehicle? Who is in the passenger seat of Karen Reed's vehicle as it's being pulled into the Sally You guys know that you don't get into a vehicle. That is evidence. That is blessed evidence. You don't just, that's what they did in the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. This is what they did in the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. They drove his car. They drove multiple cars. These police, and it was the Pennsylvania State Police. Now this is the Massachusetts State Police. And now what do we have? The Idaho State Police. We need to take the state police and we need to have a rehaul. We're going to have a recall on all of you guys. This witness said it was an odd question to ask which state trooper delivered which state trooper delivered. Oh, maybe it's not that one. Hold on. Let's see. 9 months ago. I wish the audience could see the expressions on Karen Reed and her attorney's faces right now. They look so ecstatic about whatever they're watching from this Sallyport garage video, which is the snow. It's like it's the first time they've seen it, and they all just noticed something. Liza Little and Karen have huge mouths. Yeah, it's the snow. It's the snow. So maybe they were thinking that Lally can't be this dumb, which is to put this out here. That's right, Lana. I remember you talking about the Sheldon. Yeah. This is the same thing in the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. These bastards, Sheldon's aunt had cameras, and I watched it in court, and these cops are all testifying, and no one's testifying as to who put the orange blanket, the evidence blanket, in to preserve, because then a trooper got into the vehicle to drive it. And we're watching this, and there's all these guys testifying, and everybody's being asked, did you put the blanket in? No. Did you? No. Not a single person testified as to who put the orange blanket in, because guess what? This orange blanket and why it's so important is because then the pictures were taken at like a Sallyport like this, which was actually at the tow truck place. They just took his vehicle to a tow truck, like to a tow truck place, like they didn't take it to the barracks. It's wild. Then when they start taking photographs, there's a orange blanket, an evidence blanket, but it was no one ever testified to putting it in there. The aunt had all the cameras on, and so it's running. And so you can see that no officer got out of their car to put in there. So this clearly was put in at some other point. That fucking car was tampered with. They added Sheldon tested negative for gunpowder residue on his hands, but yet in his car there was gunpowder residue. You sick fucks. But see, Sheldon had zero advocacy, zero defense attorney who he was paid for. He wasn't some public defender. They didn't even do one request for like more discovery. It is embarrassing, the defense that Sheldon got. And here to watch Karen Reed relish in her defense team that's costing her so much money. And this is exactly what happened in that case. And I had to sit there. And I'm just like, how is this admissible evidence? How is the vehicle not thrown out? And so here we have it. We just watched a video, and you guys, there is snow in the Sallyport. Deja vu, baby, home team, you know it. You guys, there is snow in the Sallyport. How can there be snow in the Sallyport? Well, that was either Karen Reed's vehicle, and then they just did another drive-through. So anybody that thinks that the tow truck driver's on their side, I want to know if that's the actual same tow truck. Oh my God. Holy shit, they got a different flatbed. Holy shit, they got a different flatbed. Oh my God. We need to run back the video. We need to see the tow truck that actually has Karen's car on it now. Holy ballsack. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, they put it on a different fucking truck. Holy shit, to reenact this part of the video. Oh my God. That's what they did. Oh my God. Holy shit, that's what they did. Not the same tow at all. Exactly. That's what they did. Oh my God, I'm right. Just give me the discovery. you ever want somebody on your team advocating for your truth, look no further, ladies and gentlemen. I will go up against anybody. Run the tape back. No way. And then here comes Busty. The last 2 days have not gone well for Karen. I'm sorry now at this point, Busty. Peace out. Gotta go. Sorry. You're in timeout. Boom. Boom. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh, yes. Different flatbed? Yes, Lana. 100. Holy shit. Her parents' address, they just said it. Put in Dighton. Just fucking put in Dighton. Put in Dighton to Canton. You'll see how far it is. I need to go back and watch this. Criminal. Oh, Lally is that dumb. Yes, what a moron. This, you guys, this is why the FBI is involved. Right here. Wasn't it 60 miles? No. Damn. Oh my God. You guys, again, this is wild. This means that they didn't use it. If this is they didn't use this to indict Karen Reed, because obviously that's not how it works at grand juries. Like, it's taking a lot longer than just 5 minutes, huh? 5 minutes, my ass. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. You guys, I don't want it to get thrown out yet. I'm still going to Denham. And you know Bev ain't gonna throw shit out. This is unbelievable. Boots, true crime, welcome. Truth and transparency. This is overwhelmingly sick. Hey, girl, what do you do for a living? Girl, I sit on YouTube and I just talk mad shit about the prosecution and all the police. I'm just kidding. Because you know what? I wish I could be on the other side and be like, look at all these amazing officers. The potty's here. Yes, yes. It's 35 miles. Thank you. Who says happy days? Oh, happy days. No body cams, no dash cams. Missing Sallyport cam. It's like Looney Tunes has taken over the PD. Something like that. You know, I'm still not 100% sold on I want to know if Alan Jackson's going to even ask for a directed verdict.
I think he should.
I don't think he's going. I wouldn't. I would want to show my side if it helps Karen Reed get her civil suit. If Karen Reed's going for her civil suit, sing day drinking. Oh, I forgot it now. Oh you guys, I got it out of my head. Come on.
If she sings that song one more time and gets it in my head again.
It was 60 miles round trip. 30. Yes. Here we go.
Are we back on?
Oh, are we back on?
While I do this for others.
Oh God, what's this? Now what's this video? What the hell is going on? She needs to rewind it way back to the. She needs to go. She needs.
I want someone to slip. Can we wager?
What the hell's going on right now over there?
He almost slipped.
It's being paused. Who went back? What the hell's going on with this crap?
Where you observe yourself and where you observe.
Okay, here we go.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself. Yeah.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sallyport garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that?
No, we did not.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play them here.
Why is he starting it from this point?
It's loud.
Opens up the door. You can see the broken taillight. Oh, no. Oh, this is wild.
The Commonwealth is not going to show us anything.
This is wild.
Let's wait.
He put his phone back in his pocket. Now taillight looks cracked.
Magic!
Oh my god. 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 Look at these. Look at these stupid fucks. All of that was in there before Karen Reed's car allegedly came in there. That's you guys, just so you guys know what that mannequin's for. That's for like the self-defense classes where you go like and you kick them and stuff. That's what that is. It's Proctor.
Also, not the computer science. But right now it's used for tape. Crime tape hold.
Move that dolly, baby. Move that dolly. Look at these idiots. Look at these.
Why is it blurry?
It stops and then it goes back and then it.
There's a chick that must be. What's her? I want to call her Nuttall too.
Okay. You gotta pull it down? What you gotta do, huh? Look at how look at this.
Here we go. Hook it up to the.
Look at
Dr.
no.
Mechanic, from what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
This is so good.
With that fucking thing he just said. I love it. Fuck you. Around his neck. Like we did.
This is so good. This is so good. This is God dang. You mofos. Cheers. Cheers to the mofos out there. What? This is crazy.
What shirt is he wearing? Oh my fucking god. He's fucking wearing an orange fucking shirt. Get the fuck out.
Dude, there's people that just disappear. These people are just disappearing.
You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage camera.
Okay.
And I'm just going, what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. And I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause that briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals?
All right, that says
I believe that's
809.
myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what if anything was different, or what if anything you noted or observed?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
As far as the snow and the caked on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And I'm just going, if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is, I mean, we can't see anything.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And you can take that down.
It's like a sex tape video.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at One Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point, did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well.
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple
Thank you.
search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
The fuck you will. That's what I'm talking about. Alan Jackson laying down the hammer. It's hammer time. Woo-wee. Okay, guys. Alan Jackson says not on my watch, baby, not on my watch. Yeah, time zone is showing, yeah, Greenwich, not Massachusetts time. Yep, and then they just have to reset that. So we'll take a look. We'll take a look. You guys, I'm still just over here. Oh, they want to go look at the reads? There you go. There's Tom. Look at our guy, Tom. Look at our guy, Tom. There's the glare right there. Tom's right there back there in the purple. This is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Haha, I love this place. You peeps are the best. I was wondering why Tom wasn't live this morning.
And so, sir, during the course, let me ask you this. As far as this or any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case?
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
What the fuck?
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within your unit. How is it, is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was the case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the Ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos
Holy
that were provided
shit.
by Ring in response to that search?
I did.
Now, with reference to those,
They're going to try getting around calling Proctor
With
the
reference
stand.
to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially, when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that?
Objection.
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed.
This
each
is
of
about
those, is that
John's
correct?
ring,
That's
Meadows
And
ring.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the public this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
Publish the ring. This is Meadows. This is John's. Listen, he didn't go out and get these. These are not. Proctor went out and did all of this. He is trying to get all this in through this witness, and what I'm telling you, what Alan Jackson is arguing is that if the guy ain't here, the shit don't come in. Get his ass down here, okay? Because this is going to be the cross-examination type questions. He's going to be able to say, I didn't do that. I didn't do that part of it, but that's not what I did. I didn't do that. Like, that Proctor did this and Proctor did that. So is he going to be able to get out of it on cross-examination and say shit like that? So I'm telling you guys, Proctor, there's been rumors that he's not coming, that they're not going to be calling him. Okay. So, but the defense can call Proctor. The defense can call Proctor.
You are unmuted.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, first video 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
No,
and then,
Bev, everything is stricken.
a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
This guy is such a. What? Why, I thought they're not going to be showing the kids. Well, there goes that. You guys have to remember that this isn't corruption for just like.
Gentlemen, if you could pause. At some point in the course of your viewing of
Is
this
this what-
video or the video surrounding it, you'll be able to identify the operator of the vehicle, black SUV.
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And in this gentleman, if you could play it.
Looks the same as it ever did. So why didn't John take the kids to school?
Now, Sergeant Mechanic, you're also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153.
Yeah, they're trying to show that he normally always parked there, and she should have known that. And how did she hit it? Because she was drunk.
This video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other video?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
Is that Ms. Gilman, if you could address it?
She just hit it right there. She just hit it.
Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed, are we able to recognize the operator?
Not from that shot, no.
It's still red.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video.
Look at it glowing.
What time in the morning is this video?
This the timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play through that.
5:07 a.m. Look at, just like it was.
Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defense vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
It's coming if you could press it.
This is when Karen left to go look for John. Okay, there she goes. But what they're suggesting is that hey, have no idea what they're suggesting. Now look at that plow truck that's coming right down there. Look at that. You can see it over there on the right. You see it? See it? Oh, they stopped it. You can see it. See the
And Ms.
plow.
Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes, the vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
Let's go in if you could press play.
Look at the code. What the heck? Oh, that's Miss Reed and her.
And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. Reed, the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
We've already seen this. He said this is about like 12:30, I thought.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same Exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you can pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6.
This is ridiculous.
Video 171.
They showed that last video to show that like Karen Reed's brother didn't care and was just wiping off his car even though John's dead. That's what that's trying to, I guess, show.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on.
How come he was able to, he played that whole thing to say that this is someone's
Sergeant,
brother? Get the
from
fuck out of
your
here.
review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the C.F. McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to C.F. McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Woohoo! Smash it, baby! Smash it. This is unreal. Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to call him. I don't think they're going to call him. I think that they're going to do everything through this guy, but I do believe that the defense is going to be calling him. This is presidential level corruption. This is what they did for a Boston police officer that did this to another Boston police officer.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs.
Yeah,
still
I believe that
shots.
the defense will. I believe no, the defense will. I believe the defense will as well.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
This is the ring. This is still shots of the ring camera of Karen backing up. He brings his own canister. Typical military dude. It's like anything. I believe that once you, like, if you've ever done something, like if you've ever helped somebody out and they help you out type of thing, but then once you do something, you're in it, It just went to a whole nother level, in my opinion. But that's just me. I mean, this is just sick. This is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Suggesting that she can get out without hitting the car, I presume. Yeah. But what her defense is, though, too, with that, y'all have been talking about it being a blizzard, So, but Karen Reed doesn't get that grace. Also, she's hysterical because where the fuck is John? And now we all know what she knows, which is that when she dropped him off there, like, what the fuck? Like, why isn't he home?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as Exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. Have a moment, John.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the area of the rear passenger side tail light that you were describing damage. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but now compare that to what they say is broken. To what they found. To what they found.
So Sergeant Mechanic, if I could take you, again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to C.F. McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the C.F. McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment, from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to sit to introduce in a minute as the next.
No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you.
It's 461.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask those to be published to the jury at this point.
Okay.
And Sergeant Mechanic, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed this still shot from the C.F. McCarthy.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing
How is he
the
getting?
gray, light, two-tone sweatshirt.
We don't need him
that
testifying
I
to
held up
this.
earlier, as well as the jeans.
This is unbelievable. What the fuck is this testimony for? Sidebar. Sidebar now, Alan. This is ridiculous.
And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
What the fuck?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
Okay,
As far
and
as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what if anything of significance do you know?
oh, her glass.
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at C.F.
Unbelievable.
McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what if anything do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Miss Gilman, you can shove my fucking exhibits right up my own
With
ass.
reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment, I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it.
Look at all those people that are just sitting there like, they're like, God, why did I have to go there that night? Look at John's hat. Where's John's hat at, right?
Pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit,
The
pointing ingress,
sneakers.
egress to the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those
Right
two
here.
individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe,
Where's his hat?
dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camerano.
If you could play that to about 8:20.
Right there. What else does he have in his hand? Is that his phone? What does he have? Let's see. Oh, you can see his orange shirt.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50, from the third video now.
That straw, Busty? Yeah.
If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in.
Like, I mean,
And I'm
what
gonna
the
ask you to
fuck
play
are you
that,
doing, Lally?
For about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camerano.
Do you like pina
Now-
colada?
From this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to for what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verified the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are timestamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, C.F. McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And
12 minutes behind real time.
thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes.
Interesting. We'll put that down. So minutes behind real time, according to this fucking clown. Okay. But you have to use other things. Like you'd have to go get the original copy of that.
There briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, there in Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone else you recognize in that area at this point?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
This is just unbelievable that
Ms.
he's
Gilman,
able to
if
do
you
this.
could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds.
What's the relevancy of any of this, Mr. Lally?
I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds.
Like, seriously though, what the fuck is that? What? Oh, because she orders a drink? Okay, let's see. She orders a drink. She's probably asking what type of vodka they have. Okay, fine. I'll go with that. Thank you. You can just make it a double. Make sure you give me them extra limes. No garnish, actually. Fuck it. I don't want garnish. Higgins may try to like eat it off my body later, so I can't have that. He's a little fatty. So let me just get the no garnish.
Pause there.
Yeah, so they can
Now,
also
from your
fudge
review of this
Callan's
video,
coming home.
what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
She received a cock, yes.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58.
8:58.
That's correct.
And if you could, just come and play that.
Well, why didn't John get it for her? Like, that's kind of So there she goes. Did she hand her cash? What'd she get? Would she give her card? How'd she pay? It's a clear, tall straw. It's a clear, tall straw. She has the thing on it. She has the white paper on it. She's got to take that off to put it in her own drink. Because during COVID, they weren't touching your straws. And that is a clear straw. That is not a black straw. That's a clear straw. That's clear as can be. That's a clear straw. It came from a clear white paper.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even into the same video.
I love her low
Now I'm going to
lights.
ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so to about 32 minutes and 30
I love her low lights into her highlights, tips. Look at how good Karen's hair looks there, right? Okay, just so we know. You mean no color. Yes. No color / white / clear, you know. But it was not a short little black straw, was it? So.
And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video.
You guys, they're gonna show all of her.
Play that for about the next minute or so, for about 38.
Yeah, let's see how she orders another drink. She's like, God, I gotta catch up to you guys. You guys have been drinking all, you know. Oh my God, you see Karen, she was checking out the camera. She's like, oh shit, I'm on camera. Oh, there's that guy there's Carrie Roberts' husband who beats his wife, AKA Carrie, in front of their children, allegedly. There's like reports about it. So no wonder why Carrie's pissed that Karen's banging John and she wants to bang John. This is wild. This is wild that the jury is sitting. Look at, there's John. Now he's dunking the straw. Look at dunk it, mix it all around. You got this, baby girl. Slut shaming her now. You're drink shaming her.
Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage.
What? Shot
and
glass?
poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
Oh, yeah,
and then Mr. John
strong
O'Keefe
enough.
stirred it for her.
Yeah, because it wasn't strong
So
enough.
that
I
would
hate when
now
that
be the
happens.
third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is
Your
that
third
correct?
drink,
That's correct.
9:20.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to.
Because the first
fourth
one
video,
wasn't strong
video
enough,
four,
y'all. You understand that, right?
And ask you to go about 50 seconds into into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30.
Look at all those glasses lining up in front of him. Look at them. 1, 2. Oh, John gets another beer. Everybody's getting another beer. Look at Karen's turning that one in. She's like, here you go. Oh, here's this beer. Maybe she should do your job. Clean up my area. God, my biggest pet peeve. When you ever bring somebody a drink, ladies and gentlemen, you always take a drink away. You clean up the table as you bring it. Okay. I don't want to be sitting in front with a bunch of glasses.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
Because it's COVID and you're
This
not
would now
like
be
you
the
want to keep
fourth
your
drink,
own
is that correct?
glass.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, within this same video, if I could ask you to go to
9:33
about 26
p.m.
minutes and 30 seconds.
He's on his phone, so it's interesting. What time was that?
Ms. Gilman,
9.
if you could
What
pause
time was
there
that?
for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40.
Did John pull the phone out from his pocket? Did you guys see? I gotta rewind it. Okay, go back pocket. Okay, phone back pocket. He's a back pocket phoner. Okay, that matters. They think everyone's paying everyone's tab
Thank you, Ms.
here.
Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5.
We have 8:58,
And
9:20,
if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in.
9:33, 9:57. Who's that guy?
And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so.
Who's the guy in the black? Who's that guy? So that's all you got.
Ms. Gilman? And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11.
We never heard about this guy in the black. Who's that? He's cute. Who's that guy? He's like, leave me out of this. I just talked to her for a couple minutes. Tall guy, dark hair. Yeah, who is that? Surprised that he hasn't been called to the stand by Lally. Oh. Oh, look at how they're getting so nicey flirty over there. Mm-hmm. How about these girls right behind? Like they're just like living their best life. And she's like dancing to that song, day drinking. I feel you, girl. Okay, then John's doing what he's drinking his beer still.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything,
I cannot believe that
the defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion.
Why did you have to
in this
show
portion
this?
of the video, the two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Nothing.
I'll allow it. Or
It's argumentative.
strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had?
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
Drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Get the fuck out of
6
here.
drinks.
You haven't
And this
seen.
is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks, sugar tits.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Fuck you, Bev. Fucky, sucky,
And wait
Bev.
for the next 10 seconds.
No wonder she wanted pizza. Okay, look at Karen Reed. Supposedly just took all these shots, right? Does Karen Reed look like she can't stand? Does it look like she can't walk? Is she slurring her words? It's just, this is sick.
So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Oh my God. No, you can't see shit.
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
How can you see? Where? I have pretty good eyes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, 22:40 or so within for the time frame. I'm sorry.
Who is this black-haired dude? And where's Caminano? Where's he go? Because he said he like left just a little bit in front of them. I haven't seen Camerano at all. He's like, okay, yeah, we're leaving. He's like, yeah, we're gonna go. We gotta go. John's like, yeah, we're gonna go. See you later, buddy. See you later. We're out of here. I thought is that guy leaving? Oh, he's probably, if that guy sees it, he's like, I can't believe that. I can't believe that was last time I shook my buddy's hand. He's like, yeah, we're going to go across the street. Okay. So where did anybody pay anybody's tabs here?
Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to C.F. McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. I'm sorry.
Wait. So did you say I see that? I need to see that.
I'm showing you
that was the same drink.
5-page document. Ask you to review that, look up when we finish.
I don't know. I didn't see it. I didn't. And I'm gonna have to rewind it. You can't see jack shit. What the fuck is he talking about? I can't see anything like that.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
It's okay.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the
series.
tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And
Tabs,
are these
plural.
the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keith received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do you
Actually,
so
I'm
those
glad that
tabs
they
pertain
showed
to-
Karen. I'm glad they showed all that
The
because
first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
Oh, so
And
John
with
paid it?
reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce and admit as an next exhibit.
We probably should approach
Okay.
briefly.
Oh, this is hilarious. Who had the Coors Light? Probably, what's his name? Camerino? This is going to be interesting on how Bev handles this. I believe that John O'Keefe's MasterCard was used. That's what they're trying to say, that his MasterCard was used. Interesting. Not at CrimeCon. Shit, 7 drinks will set you over way over $100.
You are unmuted.
Okay, thanks, Bev. Grey Goose, get you loose. Grey Goose, get you loose.
And so Sergeant Mechanic, on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Canton?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 4 photographs, still shots. You can review those and look up when you're finished.
Everybody was buying each other rounds. That's what it sounds like to me.
And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time.
Ooh.
He is holding a beverage, shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute.
So why does John start drinking vodka? That's the question. Is John's been drinking beer? Why all of a sudden does he just like pick up her glass and want to start drinking that? That's
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that this be published for the jury.
Yes.
Bev, you're a waste of my fucking time, Bev.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could just have.
This trial is going to be going on all summer.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first one from the interior. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this second still. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observed Mr. O'Keefe holding as he was exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
Yep. And then guess what I do when you get out of people's cars? You have the glass with you getting out of their car and you're like, oh shit.
And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as exhibit 467?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything,
Oh, there's Jen McCabe standing there like a fool.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment,
a Boston
holding the
police officer
cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. Let's go, you can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir.
This guy is testified to everything that we've already heard and seen before.
May I approach the witness?
You guys understand that? Everything that this man has been testifying to since we've been back to the break, except for the Sally Port beginning, everything that we've already seen before. That means the jury has seen it before. This is nothing new.
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 4. Just actually look at that.
That's why none of that shit should have been asked about by those fucking people. This is all for a police officer. I think I have bingo. Woohoo! Let's check it out. Actually, I don't give a shit. You can have bingo. I'm just kidding.
And do you
I'm really
recognize what's contained in exhibit 54?
I do recognize it, yes.
And are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, with reference to the waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask from channel 3, the second video down. If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds.
You know, Jen McCabe's having a party right now. They're all like, yeah, go get him. Go get him, Bukaki. Bukaki. My freezer is full of stolen mugs. Shit, girl. Who buys shot glasses when you just walk out of each bar and you just take Sharpies and be like, this is where I took it from here?
So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe further?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual That's part of the group.
So from the same channel 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the 4th video down. If I could ask you.
I want to see some more ass grabbing.
11:39 and 40 seconds.
Wait, who's standing right there? Isn't that Higgins?
Pause there.
With that shit on the back? Karen Reed's standing right
And in
there.
about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you can direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now,
Appears
as
to
far as
consume it.
the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking
What, if
a sip
any?
of from this portion of the video, the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
That she walked out of, I can't, you guys, I can't see any of
Mr.
that.
Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay. All right, so Sergeant, we're gonna need you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave. So jurors, the same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
And I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
Now, are they on a day off tomorrow? Is it a half a day tomorrow? We're about to find out. I don't know. They keep doing weird stuff, so we'll find out right here. I believe tomorrow is the half a day, so. Ever? She said no what? No proctor ever. She said no proctor ever. She said no proctor ever. Hold on.
Jurors, follow me.
And I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
Okay, let's take a watch. Let's take a watch. No proctor ever. That's what I got from it. I got no proctor ever from that. I don't know. Holy shit. No proctor ever. So that means, but the defense can still call him. I don't give a fuck what. Like 100. I caught that on the first time, guys, too. Psh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, good job, Dinky. What's up, Dinky? How are you? I believe that they're not calling Proctor. Holy shit. That is why the defense keeps saying, who signed this, who signed this, who signed this, who was the lead, true or true or proctor, true or proctor. Now, ever to means defense can't call proctor also. I would think that's what it means too. I'm gonna do some Bev will never allow proctor to testify, end of it. I don't know how she has a say in that. I don't know how call him and complete the fifth in front of a jury. I don't know. We'll see. I think Karen has a right to face her accusers. Proctor would be her accuser. So Proctor accused her of second-degree murder. I would just think that you have the right to face your accuser. So I don't know how Beverly could keep him off the stand. He has the right to answer however he wants, but yeah, but it doesn't matter. You can treat him as a hostile witness, which is automatically that it would be cross-like questions. I would still call him and make him plead the fifth. You would still call him and make him plead the fifth. This is why I think it's so important, like why Bev's saying, I'm going to allow this. No, produce your fucking detective, you know? He didn't do, like, is he being protected? No, I mean, I think that he's not, I don't think he wants to commit perjury. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Is Proctor under a sealed federal indictment? I heard all of this was coming after the trial, so. Why would you be worried about a federal case? I'd rather have a federal case against me than a local one. Wouldn't you rather go to federal prison than do time where you put away all these bastards? They're gonna have a field day with your ass. I think that constitutional rights, Karen Reed has the right to face her accuser. I know that they can call him. So it'll be interesting. The glare's getting an earful right now, though. It's interesting. I think that she has the right to face her accuser, so I don't know how they're gonna say that she can't call these people. So I think that Paul's changing his mind. I think that if he doesn't, he's an idiot. That's what I think. Well, cowball. I don't even know what's going on. These people. These people. Ever since Higgins, Paul has acted differently. I don't know. After I would have seen that, Jesus. No, he hasn't. Oh, there's Tommy in the glares air. Look at him. There's Tommy. So. House long. Proctor is on the defense witness list. So. Y'all, my husband says, I know you're watching Lana just from the cowbell beeping and sugar tits. I'm dying. It's a great mix. It's a great mix. It's not like Bev's going to tell us anything, but we're staying here just in case they're going to drop a little. I don't even know. Oh my God. Let's see. Ah! We're waiting for Bev. We're waiting on Bev.
All right. What stands adjourned?
All right, all rise. Be out. All right, guys, let's see what's going on. I'm going to take a peek at the, let's see, 1 second here. Oh, boy. All right, well, we'll get things sorted out. I just want to thank everybody for joining us today on this fabulous day 20. I'm gonna get the scoop if I can on the Proctor situation. Pay attention to my community chats, as well as I will put a notification up for tomorrow's court day and Fridays as well, so you guys have those thumbnails. And then I am probably gonna go live a little bit later and more or less break down the lollygagging of day 20. We'll see though. But do me a favor, hit the thumbs up on your way out. Appreciate you guys hanging out today. Much love, and be safe out there on the streets of YouTube. Take care, guys. See you soon.